I'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. I'll introduce the panel members. Brent McIntyre to my left and Richard Whitebread to the far left. The assessor today will be Jeremy Poole. The secretary today is Bella Rojo. I'm Marcel Larondo. I'll be chairing. We will be hearing applications for revision of assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussions to those matters. The statements that applicants or the assessor make at this hearing are sworn testimony. Anyone speaking to the matter must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessment of property are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decision with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to an application of exemption from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicants may have, and the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after the applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are recorded and will be part of the public record. Swear them in, please.
Please state your full name. Can you start the evidence by representing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Cover that. Please state your full name.
Douglas Becker.
Can you start the evidence by representing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Cover that.
Megan.
Thank you. Please state your full name. And you affirm the evidence by representing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
We'll be starting with 60 Osborne Street. Jeremy, when you are ready.
There's a preliminary issue of non-compliance with this property. Turn to my page. We did not submit the gross rent, the gross parking rent. 2017-90. They did submit the number of stalls and the rent. Went back and looked at a number of years. It's also with the format, we go through the years, for the next 5 years or so, we do the exact same thing. Based on that, we need that information to analysis for modeling. We need that information for appeal purposes for this specific hearing, or appeal, I should say, and for comparables for other hearings, for other appropriate properties. At this point, I'll hand out an order along with.
Sorry, what are you?
I'm submitting evidence.
He's submitting evidence.
Or argument, I should say.
Okay.
This will be
Are you guys seeing the evidence yet?
just for, and
I may ask for a recess to see what it is.
Pass it.
so we've
Just hold on, we're going to let them have a look at it.
Chairman, with respect to the submission just presented by Mr. Pohl, certainly 223 James Avenue is a municipal board decision, and although it's typically a professional courtesy to include it with the materials or at least notice of it, I expected this, so that's fine. But this 351 Smith Street, this I do object to. I'm not sure. This looks to me certainly like evidence that should have been submitted with the assessor's materials concerning the penalty argument or penalty request, so I am objecting to the inclusion of whatever this is.
Okay.
You want a rebuttal on that?
I can speak to it. This is board order. This is supportive evidence indicating that the parameter that we're speaking to, Altus has used in the past on numerous cycles, standard practice, to use to determine a value. It's necessary to determine a value. It's one of the components that we would need to do a value, and this board has awarded perfection based on this component. This quote's right. So to say that it is somehow related specifically to the evidence relating to the valuation of this brief for this property is not correct. This is argument.
That's not, Mr. Chairman. With respect, Mr. Pohl and Mr. Chairman, submitting a municipal board decision certainly is that's legal precedent that's out there, and I can pick this up at any time. This is not. I object. I do not want this submitted, and if it's going to be submitted, I want to have this matter adjourned, and I want to review it back at the office, and we can reconvene in due course. I do not accept this as anything but new evidence that should have been included in the original presentation.
Are you concluded with your discussion on that? Then I'll ask you if you guys can leave rather than us, okay?
Thanks.
And shut off the camera and the mic, please. We're back on, we'll call the meeting back to order. Again, we've dealt with this before and I'll say it again. There is a 14-day window for evidence to be presented from both sides, in all fairness, so it can be reviewed. It does cover sort of a gray area. We're going to be denying your ability to bring forward that paper, but nothing prevents anybody from bringing forward verbal evidence at these meetings.
Okay, certainly verbal evidence, and it will be given the weight I presume that it should be.
That's correct.
And Mr. Chairman, so with respect to the municipal board order, which I wasn't objecting
Nope, that we're going to allow.
Okay.
We're going to allow the municipal order to stand, but we're not going to allow the other evidence. We're not going to look at it. But nothing prevents the city from bringing forward verbal evidence. I think I've made that clear enough. Have I?
I think we're, sorry.
So continue with your discussion on
No.
why we should be giving him a 54.
Okay,
If we're not accepting it,
223 James is in order, speaking specifically to the parking property, parkade. One of the preliminary matters was some of the parking information was not included.
Hmm?
Are we getting copies of the order?
We'll get copies of the order.
Oh,
yes.
yeah, sorry.
Yes. Thank you.
So on page 2 of the order, preliminary matters, whether the burnout roof should be placed on the owner pursuant to section 59(6) of the Act, and whether, point 4, whether if there is to be a reduction, assessed value of the benefit of the reduction should be deferred for 1 year under 62. Those are, of course, sister clauses that the municipal board are asking for here today. On page 4, the burden of proof.
This is your page 4?
Yes, page
Of the order.
of the order.
Of the order? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, okay. Burden of proof, in support of the assessor's request to have the burden of proof switched to the owner in accordance with section 59(6) of the Act, he reviews the 2009 income expense mailer, noted a number of information gaps, in particular the absence of information relating to number of parking stalls and rates. The evidence supports that the owner failed to comply with the information request pursuant to section 16 of the Act. Therefore, the board switches the burden of proof to the owner in accordance with section 59(6)B. And the deferral, of course, would have gone hand in hand with it. But in this case here, we saw an increase and we got an increase, so the deferral would only applies to reduction. After the preliminary matter, the appeal was heard, and at the end of it, if there were to be a reduction, they would apply to deferral. In this case, it went out the deferral, and the deferral only applies to the reduction, so it would apply. On page, the back pages of this brief, or I should say, show the income and expense questionnaire. And again, number of stalls, hourly rates were missed. The gross parking rent was included. I'm a little unsure if, why this wasn't objected to as well. The actual INE was not part of the order, it was included with it.
Well, if you're asking a question, Mr. Paul, I'd suggest it shouldn't be, but I'm not going to object to this page.
So, based on that, we requested the INE on page 18. We requested parking income for the number of stalls, or I should say related to the parking on the lot. We requested the number of stalls. We requested the monthly rate. We had 865 stalls for October and a monthly rate of 92. We missed the other parking income under the other section. We did not put that in. We need that information in order to do an analysis on this property to see how the property is performing.
That's on the indoor parking stalls?
Outdoor. There is no indoor.
But on your, okay.
So, they missed the gross rent. They haven't reported the gross rent. We need that gross rent for analysis. Part of the information package I was trying to show today was that not just the department uses it for analysis, that actual tax agents themselves use that actual offices use it for a number of cycles in order to come to a determination of how parking property is generating income. whether their monthly rates are reflective of a full lot, half full lot, what's going on with the lot, and if that actual income on the lot is less than that, they'd be asking for a reduction based on the reverse calculation from the rent. This board has viewed that information on numerous occasions and has given reductions based on that information. So that information is useful for not only site-specific, but also for field defense, for other properties, and for model work. It kind of sets the benchmark how your property is performing. So you have a very low parking rent in relation to other parking, parking in any vicinity in the area. You may have a full rent, but if you have a full gross rent, but if you have a high rent, you may not get that. So you can have a relationship between how your performance and your property is happening. So you miss that. It's an 865 stall. You can see on page, just so you can look at it, page 3. It is a very large parking lot, just on the outskirts of the center business district.
Where is that?
You're looking at a picture, but page 3 is the table.
Oh, it's gotta be further on, Ed. It's in his pictures. Page 3 of his pictures. Yeah, you had me here.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, mine. So,
You're saying this entire piece is their parking lot?
correct.
That's a lot more than 92 stalls.
It's not 92, the stall rate's 92.
Stall rate's 92, it's 860.
It's 865, okay.
This is analysis. It comes down to basic, simple requests. We requested this information. They did not provide it. This is an income generating plot. They didn't provide it. We're asking for the non-compliance based on that.
That's it? Question?
Indeed, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Pohl, just to be very clear, the department, on turning to page 2 of your materials, the department is certainly not suggesting that it was, the response wasn't provided in a timely way, correct?
Nope. Provided for.
Okay. So, then turning briefly to your page 18. So the difficulty the department has with this questionnaire is that on line 113, the amount is shown as 0, correct?
Correct.
Okay, which line did you say?
Page 18, so page 18, Mr. Chairman, on the left-hand side, line 113.
Yeah.
It's the highlighted section of the parking is at 0. Okay, and Mr. Pohl, just, and you've submitted the prior years, I believe, so if one turns to page 22, this is the 2016 questionnaire, and again, your concern is that at line 113, the parking revenue is 0.
Yep.
And similarly, on the next page for 2015, same situation, correct?
And 2012 as well.
And yeah, and 2014, which is the page after that, and 2013, and back to 2012. So it's exactly the same fact situation throughout, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's briefly then, please, turn to 223 James Avenue. Mr. Chairman, if I could ask the board members, Mr. Pohl, to pull this board order up. So, Mr. Pohl, you're drawing, it seems to me you're drawing an analogy between the case this morning and 223 James Street, but let's go through this order. You were the assessor at this hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I had recalled. So, if we could turn to page 5 of the order, and this is where the board's reciting some of the events of the hearing. So, the owner, through Mr. Baldwin, and this is the first full paragraph under facts and evidence. The owner derives the value of $511,221 using revenues of $97,689.67, an expense ratio of 58% and a cap of 8%. That's, paraphrasing now, $58.76 a stall. But then the next paragraph, the board goes on to note Mr. Baldwin's expense and revenue information varies dramatically from what was in the I&E for the property, which had been signed and submitted on May 1st, 2010 by Kevin Fan, who was with the owner, I'm assuming. And so, and then they go on to say on the next paragraph, No real explanation was provided by Mr. Baldwin to substantiate such a variance other than suggesting filling out the INE is difficult and confusing. Mr. Baldwin's information wasn't signed by a financial offer of the Chinese Cultural Center nor supported by their financials. So I assume it was based on these comments. I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming there was significant concerns about the information presented by Mr. Baldwin relative to what had been submitted to your department by the owner earlier, correct?
Once we got into the actual hearing itself, with the preliminary matter, no, we weren't discussing that in the preliminary matter. The preliminary matter was simply, did they respond to the information we requested? We made a ruling on that, and then as we got into the hearing, the facts and evidence came out. So that would be putting the cart before the horse kind of thing. It did not happen in that order. Preliminary matters are dealt with first. This was dealt with first.
I understand.
This was a simple, did they respond to our
Okay,
request?
so going back to page 4 then of the order, under the number 2, the burden of proof, because this is what you had indicated on as far as what the board found. Pardon me. So in support of your department's request, you reviewed the 2009 income and expense mailer, noting a number of information gaps, and in particular, the absence of information relating to the number of parking stalls and parking rates. So that was the concern of the department in that case.
Right.
So there was no method, no way based on what you had reviewed, and I'm asking this because you were the one reviewing it. You could not mathematically calculate the parking income. That's what this came down to, correct?
Correct. We would need all 3 parameters, and more than that, it was information, data request information, and they failed to respond to it.
Mm-hmm. So this was a standalone parkade, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in a standalone parkade, you've got the number of parking stalls, right? And then you've got the monthly rates. And this is a parkade run as a business, as a parkade. So you've got the number of parking stalls, and then you've got the monthly rates, right? And then you've got the parkade expenses for that business entity, and then the department takes all of that information, and if there's any ancillary revenue from hourly or whatever, then if you get all of that information, you're able to generate, or you're able to apply the parameters you think should be applied, and you have the information, you should be content, correct?
You can come up with how the performance of the properties is based on those 3 parameters.
Okay. So in that case though, you were not able mathematically to calculate those parameters based on the gaps. You didn't have the number of parking stalls, so immediately you wouldn't even know how many stalls to apply a monthly revenue to, correct?
Yeah. The INEs are meant to be filled out to be complete, true, and accurate. In this case here, according to 16.2, it was not, and in today's case here, it is not as well.
Well, I'm going to suggest you're wrong on this. On the last point, I certainly don't dispute that your point. If you don't have the number of parking stalls, I agree that mathematically there is no way to calculate gross revenue if you don't have the number of stalls. So I guess I'm drawing a stick. We can agree on this, Mr. Cole. In this case that you've brought forward, the number of parking stalls was not submitted on the INE, correct? And in our case, the number of stalls has been submitted. We can agree on that point?
Yes.
Okay. So, then, going on, Mr. Poe, how many months are in a year?
12.
All right. And we're not disagreeing. Now we're going back to your page 18. So if one looks at page 18, and it's a similar situation with the, we went through the other one, so it's exactly the same year in, year out from the information that both you and we submitted. On the right-hand column, relating to the parking stalls, we can agree there's 0 indoor parking stalls, right?
Correct.
Not relevant at all. Okay, so now we've got the outdoor parking stalls. We've got 865 stalls reported, correct?
Correct.
And we've got a $92 monthly rate.
Correct.
And we've got 0 for hourly rate. What's 865 times 0? That's 0, right?
Yeah.
And 865 times the daily rate of 0 is also 0.
Correct.
Okay, so mathematically, and I think I know where your concern's going, what you sort of implied is we don't know if there was any vacancy or what the rental rate was, but Mr. Poole, would the department mathematically, based on the information on the face of the record, because making inferences as to what's missing is inappropriate, I'm going to suggest, so mathematically, if one assumes 100% occupancy, you are perfectly capable to calculate the gross annual income by taking line 308, 865 stalls, times 311 at $92 per stall, correct? If one makes that assumption.
If one makes that assumption, yes.
Exactly. Mr. Pohl, how long has this property been on the roll?
Longer than I've been alive.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Mr. Pohl,
I
for,
believe it was 1960.
but let's say with the addition, I think the addition of like that the newer building was, it's certainly more recent vintage.
82.
Right, okay, so since 1980, since that addition, there may have been some fluctuation, but they've been reporting annually. So are you saying, Mr. Pohl, that the department hasn't been aware since, call it 1980 or 1985, or actually when the income approach started being used, that would have been in the 90s? Through all of these years, the department wasn't aware that this was employee parking for every single stall based on a monthly rate they charge their employees? That is nowhere in the department's records?
My understanding is employee parking, yes.
Mr. Pohl, are you familiar with the section in the Act that talks about inconsistent information?
Correct.
And you're familiar
It's
with,
in the actual,
and you're familiar with the remedy that the department has, such that, and you've alluded to this, so I'm going to be very, very clear on this point. And that's discouraging. I'll speak up. So, that's really disturbing. With the parking revenue, if we as agents, or if the owner came into this board and said, no, actually, this number is 865 stalls and the monthly rate's $92, but it's only half full. And we say, well, so the rate should be half of the mathematical calculation. Your remedy, I'm assuming you would agree, you would immediately take the position, and properly so, that the information presented at this hearing is inconsistent with the information that the owner submitted to the department, and you want it disregarded. That's similar to, in fact, I think you did that with James Street as well. That's the remedy you have.
Are you saying if the parking,
If we came in this, if we came in this morning and said it's 865 stalls are there, but it's roughly 50% vacant most of the time, so you should only use half the gross income, you would object to that as inconsistent information, I'm
yeah,
assuming.
but the point of missing the parking gross rent would still be non-compliant.
Well, no, actually,
There'd be
Mr.
2
Pohl,
points
that's where I'm going to suggest the department's being disingenuous and inconsistent in its approach.
If you're claiming,
But here's your time to ask questions.
Yeah, no, I understand, but.
I'd like to answer this fully because I think it needs to be.
Okay, answer the question.
If you said that, say, there was 400 stalls,
No, well, I said vacancy. I'm not saying 400 stalls, I'm saying there's 865 stalls. But then if I came in and said, but half of them aren't being used, that's the assumption.
half of them aren't being used, it would still be non-compliant because you are not reporting the gross rent.
Well, let's talk about that.
If there's no
Actually,
argument in physical stalls.
Let's
there
not
would be
talk
no
about it. Let's ask
consistent
questions.
information.
But in the form of a question, but actually, Mr. Pohl, are you not inferring, so you're making an assumption, based on your position, you are making an assumption that the gross income is something less than line 308 times line 311 times 12, correct? That's the
saying
basis.
we don't know what the gross
No,
income is.
but,
because
but,
they did not
well, no,
report it.
that's your assumption. You
No,
can,
they didn't report it, it's not there, it's not an assumption.
no, actually, Mr. Chairman, I will have plenty more to say about this in rebuttal. Those are my questions, and I will address this issue today.
Thank you. Brent, do you have any questions?
Just on the previous mailers, they have consistently filled the mailers out as they have for the 2020 roll. Did you seek deferral for those years?
I wasn't involved in any of those years. But if we're speaking to the point of past history, I can get into the court of appeal decision of Boeing, which references Litcherson, which in point 59 indicates that there's no error not finding prior or even in the same cycle, that every hearing is basically available.
Yeah, I think we're all familiar with
Yeah.
that. I'm just kind of curious. Was it?
Richard?
Yeah, and one question, I'm a bit confused on your page 18. This is a city form, is it not?
I guess it is.
Property
Yep.
Expense questionnaire. I look at the top left-hand column and it says, note, if the property is 100% owner occupied, then complete the information required for annual expenses and capital cost summary only. I know you've highlighted below that they can provide you parking information, but have they not completed the form consistent with your instructions?
Well, they're charging to their employees, so there is income being generated.
I don't think that matters based on the instructions you've provided here. They've provided the information as the applicant summarized on outdoor parking.
Let me rephrase, the building themselves is owner occupied, the stalls are occupied by the employees. The employees are not
Right,
the company.
but it doesn't say anything about that. It says if the property is 100% owner occupied.
Well, the stalls aren't owner occupied, they're occupied by the paying employees.
I feel you're splitting hairs, but if I were the applicant filling this form out, completing this form, I would do exactly what's been done here.
But now
Is
the
there
question is-
865?
Sorry. Would you not do the same thing if you followed your own instructions?
There is employee parking there, they are separate, they are not part of they are an employee. I fail to see the rationale here. If this was non-paid for employee parking, then it wouldn't generate income, but it is generating income. And it's generating income based on the employees paying the same way as any other.
Do you understand my
No, I
misunderstanding with respect to the instructions you've provided?
I've heard what you've stated, but I disagree with that. It's pretty clear if it's generating income, and it is generating income, you would need to put the parking revenue in.
Thank you. No further questions.
You don't say anything about expenses for the parking lot,
They did not break that out from their reported expenses.
which they didn't have to because they are owners, correct?
I've seen it both ways. I've seen
But you've accepted it both ways before.
Yeah.
Okay, on with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got several documents to hand out.
We have to rule on this.
It'll be shorter than it
after we make
looks.
this presentation. Yes, we're good.
Three, actually.
Sorry. I'm speaking with me.
Yeah, it's good.
When you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So fundamentally, the reason, the legislative structure, just as a quick preface, the legislative structure is pretty clear, where the owner, and this was my question to Mr. Cole, where the owner comes to this board, and as happened with 223 James, as part of that case, they asked for the board to consider evidence that is substantially at variance with what was submitted in the INEs. The assessor, correctly so, can say, I don't want the board to consider that evidence. The reason that's fundamentally important here is, and with respect to Mr. Cole's approach, I believe that it is patently obvious, and the assessor and this board is entitled to assume very, very simple math. On Mr. Cole's page 18, you take, we can all agree that any number times 0 is 0. So the hourly rate is irrelevant, the daily rate's irrelevant. So what you're left with is the number of stalls, which has been regularly and rigorously reported every year, and the monthly rate regularly and rigorously reported every year. This is not a taxpayer who's trying to evade these questionnaires. This is a taxpayer putting in exactly the information we believe is relevant. the assessor and this board is entitled to assume that the gross parking revenue is a very simple mathematical calculation. Line 308, $865. Line 311, $92 a month. 865 times 92 times 12. That is your line 113. To suggest otherwise is disingenuous from my perspective. So, having said that as a preface, if I could, I'm going to blow, and I think most of the board members, or perhaps all of them, have seen this thick document. There's a lot of this relates to timelines, and Mr. Poe has confirmed that timeline is not an issue. But I'm going to touch on just a couple of the salient points. So on the first page of that thick document, paragraph 4. This is fundamental to what I'm asking this board this morning to consider. In order to properly apply the penalty provisions that the department's asking for, this board has to find that there is a failure. There has to be a failure under the legislation in order to apply the penalty. Now, what I'm saying is that although there may be many situations in which a minor error or omission could be discovered, humans are fallible, there's no perfection, or virtually never any perfection, most of those circumstances should not lead to a finding of failure. And that is the crux of the issue this morning. So on the next page, page 3, I just want to read out 5432, which is what we're talking about. And it states, the heading states, effective providing no information. Where a person failed to comply with a request for information and documentation under 61C, the board or panel shall specify the deferral. That's what it comes down to. So finding a failure is fundamental to the provision. And I'm suggesting there is no, under any reasonable standard, this is not a failure. So, then I'm going to skip a couple of pages because, again, a lot of this is a standard templated brief that deals with a number of issues. But if one goes to page 5 now, and just as far as statutory interpretation, the board's probably heard this, but the Supreme Court's confirmed that the construction of tax statutes, such as this one, is to be based on a purposive approach. What's the purpose underlying the legislation? What's the purpose underlying the provision? And interpret it in a way that meets that purpose. It's that simple. Right at the bottom, Dreger, who is a leading author in statutory construction, states that the words of the Act are to be read in their entire context and in their grammatical and ordinary sense harmoniously with the scheme of the Act, the object of the Act, and the intention of Parliament. Great. That's the approach. So now, what's the scheme of the Act? What's the intention of the Act? Well, we do have Mr. Pohl cited Litcherson, and we're doing the same on the next page. The Litcherson case, which is attached, and for the board, I'm not going to go through it. It's in the attachments, should the board wish to read it. But in the Litcherson case, I'm at paragraph 10 now. Second paragraph under or the first paragraph. The purpose of the legislation, appears to be this. The assessor must complete the assessment roll by a certain timetable. Once the roll is completed, the tax obligation of the individual property owner can be determined. The property owner is entitled to appeal the assessment. If the property owner fails to provide information to the assessor as requested and is successful in reducing the assessment, it distorts the city's budget due to the unanticipated reduction in taxes and deferrals imposed. There is general agreement that requests for information concerning income expenses are sent out so that the information will be available to the assessor as the general assessment roll is being prepared. As long as the assessor receives the information before completing the roll, the assessor is equally content. The whole purpose of the legislation is to facilitate the gathering of information by the assessor so that the general assessment roll can be completed on a timely basis. The concern of the assessor is not to punish the owner who fails to respond to a 16-1 request for information, but rather not to be blindsided in a subsequent appeal to the Board of Division or the Municipal Board with information that was initially withheld or inadequately provided. Well, Mr. Chairman, with respect, who's blindsiding who here? And I'm going to get into this. We talked about going back in a number of years. It is our client that is being blindsided. This cuts both ways. Moving on, there's a case, and I referred to this, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but in Boardwalk Creek, it's an Alberta Court of Appeal case, and what they talk about with substantial compliance is, it's very simple, and I suggest it meets the purpose here. Has the citizen made a reasonable effort to provide the information that the Act requires for its effective operation? So we're going to look at that. Now, when one moves on, I'm skipping now to page 8 at the bottom. That's my paragraph 18. So now, we talked about interpreting the legislation in a manner that fulfills its objectives. So paragraph 18, finally, the imposition of the deferral penalty in this case, I'm going to suggest, requires, as I said, a finding of failure. Now 54.3.2, look at the heading, effective providing no information. So where a person failed to comply with the request for information or documentation under 61C, the board shall order the deferral. That failure, the implication there is that failure is providing no information. Now, going on to the next page, the determination of what constitutes a failure, I'd suggest. Of course, it depends on the circumstances in each case, but there's a couple of, there's guidance that could be found both in the Act and in the court decision. That header that I talked about in the Act, effective providing no information, is a clue to where the legislature was heading with its provision. It certainly implies very, very strongly that their intent in drafting this was to limit the application of this very, very harsh penalty to the most serious cases. And just for the board's reference, we have not yet presented our submissions, nor has the assessor on value, but the tax dollars at issue based on our request this morning are $185,000. So we're talking about a penalty of potentially $185,000 because the assessor chose not to multiply two numbers by 12. That is unreasonable. So there's some, I know the assessor has raised this in the past and some of the board members have raised it, well, you can't use headings. Well, actually, headings have been held to be an interpretive aid, and I've quoted the Bell Express View decision, the recent decision of the Manitoba Court of Queen's Bench, and the sites are there, and they talk about the fact that headings can be used as interpretive aids, and they are of assistance in interpreting legislation. Then in that same Litchison decision, now I'm under subparagraph B, Mr. Justice Huband spoke about the fact that this finding has to be made, and he said, on the other hand, and this is in the Litchison case, where there has been a timely response as here to the request for information, as there was in the Litchison case, it will be for the municipal board, and in this case the Board of Division, to determine the adequacy of the response. It's the responsibility of the board, after hearing submissions of the assessor and the property owner, to make a finding whether the response meets the statutory requirements of 61C. In the Litchison appeal, for example, the municipal board concluded that response on behalf of Litchison was inadequate. While I suspect that I would have come to a different conclusion, the conclusions of the municipal board should not be set aside by the court unless it's judged to be unreasonable. And I am suggesting in no uncertain terms, this position, the position the department's taking, is completely unreasonable in this case, and a finding of failure could not reasonably be made. So there's no one, I mentioned, I won't read through the rest verbatim, but certainly the department's more recent positions demands a standard of perfection. That's not practical, that's not appropriate, and that's not what the intent of the legislation is. This is pure and simple, from our perspective, a request to punish, a request to manage an appeal, and it's inappropriate. All of the rest of it deals with the court cases that I referenced. So if I could please turn briefly now to the skinny document with the cover page that references the subject 6100 Osborne Street. And I think it was Mr. McIntyre talked about the previous years and the fact that it was reported in a very similar manner, and the question that had come up whether penalties have been asked for in previous years. I'm going to get to the third package, but my advice, Mr. Chairman, is that it has not. This is the first time that the department's been seeking a penalty for the very same alleged breach that's been, as it's been reported for years, and it's just not appropriate. We're suggesting that the request by the department this morning, and this is paragraph 1, simply amounts to a breach of the department's, of the assessor's common law duty to be fair. That duty is set out by the Supreme Court in that quote there. There's a duty of procedural fairness lying on every public authority making an administrative decision, which in this case is the decision to seek the penalty, which is not of a legislative nature and which affects the rights, privileges, or interests of an individual. Well, that affects potentially the interests of our client to the tune of $185,000. In this case, the decision made by the assessor is to inappropriately, from our perspective, request the imposition of the penalties where it's clear that the taxpayer has made best efforts and where, of course, there are very serious consequences for a finding of failure. Again, I'm not going to go through, I already quoted Boardroom Read. I've got some more quotes from that case, but going further down on page 2, or my paragraph 5, the Boardwalk case cites the Supreme Court of Canada. Of course, the Supreme Court of Canada has is binding precedent nationally. And that case cited is Baker and the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. And what the Baker case decided, it talked about administrative fairness, and it talks about what that duty involves. The nature of the decision being made, the nature of the scheme, and the terms of the statute, the importance of the decision to the individual is clearly very important here. The legitimate expectations of the person challenging the decision, recalling that they've been submitting these forms exactly the same way for, as far as we can tell, at least 7 years, and I'm almost certainly prior to that, and the choice of procedure made by the agency. And at paragraph 165, each criteria points to the assessors having to give the appellant a meaningful opportunity to remedy the information problem as alleged, defend itself, or both. That opportunity wasn't provided here. Paragraph 180. So the assessor's decision to lie in the weeds and reveal nothing to the taxpayer petrified any flaw or omission by either of them, even one formerly easy to correct. It became irretrievable after assessments. All this violated the rules of natural justice and procedural fairness. None of that can stand. And we certainly are suggesting, Mr. Chairman, that that's precisely the approach that should be applied here. If one turns then, if one thinks of this from a little bit higher up as a policy decision, and I'm at page 4 now with the second heading. I'm not going to read the quotes on that page relate to the same approach of interpreting legislation to meet the objectives. But again, paragraph number 2 on that page, the fundamental question is this: what's the purpose of the section? The Manitoba courts, and Mrs. Richardson, have held that the purpose of the sections, and specifically the penalty section, are not to punish, but to facilitate the gathering of the information. Now, if one looks at it from a public policy point of view, and I'm on the last page of this document, this is again a quote from Boardroom. There's a parallel axiom of construction where an act can be construed more than one way. Courts must reject any alternative which is manifestly absurd or extremely harsh, unjust, or capricious. In this case, a penalty of $185,000 is being sought because the department is choosing not to take 2 factors and multiply it by 12. As stated, the taxpayer has in past years in all material times made best efforts. And if this standard of perfection is pursued, Mr. Chairman, it's going to have the opposite effect. It's going to result in taxpayers saying, it doesn't matter what I do, I'm going to get hit with a penalty anyway, with these minor details. And they're going to stop replying. They're not going to, I can tell you from personal experience, these forms are already disliked to a very large degree. And if best efforts are made and penalties are still imposed, it's going to lead to a sharp decline in responses being provided, which is completely frustrating the intent of the legislation. So now in our last submission, this is simply some of the factual underpinning. It's entirely consistent with Mr. Pohl's presentation, but saving except for one addition. This is the copies of course, the first 3 pages, I guess 4. There's first 7 pages. These are materials that are already in Mr. Pohl's brief. So he's asking for the penalty this morning. He's confirmed that it has nothing to do with time, and it has to do with the fact that that one line item was not filled out. So then if one moves to page 8, again, this gets to the point of the history, and again, I don't believe this is under dispute. This client has, this taxpayer has year in and year out filled it out exactly the same way, and it's only now, out of nowhere, and being, from my respectful position, being blindsided by this request, that the department is suddenly saying this isn't good enough. Mr. McIntyre asked about whether the penalty had been requested at page 13. I can confirm that in the 2018 appeals, the department did not seek the penalty. And it was based on precisely the same information, not exactly the same numbers, but exactly the same structure. Number of parking stalls reported, parking rate per month reported. So 2018, no request for penalty. And then moving on to page, I guess that's page 19, that's the 2016 brief again. Same structure of information, same information provided, no penalty requested. So I'm alleging, certainly in my submissions, I'd say there's multiple issues, multiple difficulties that we have with this. There's a breach of the duty to be fair. There's absolutely no failure under any reasonable standard. The assessor of this board is entitled to assume monthly rate times number of stalls times 12, there's your parking revenue. And to ask for a penalty of $185,000, give or take, based on our request, for what amounts to a minor omission that is easily resolved, is completely inappropriate. And if there's, Mr. Pohl is certainly correct, and I think he made a brief reference, the department is not required to follow up. Well, absolutely not. But then if they're going to allege a failure at a potential cost of $185,000 because a factor of 12 wasn't applied to numbers that were already there, that is inappropriate. That is disingenuous and inappropriate. Thank you.
Questions?
Let's start factual. Page 18 of my brief, or this page that you submitted, on the 2017 ID, did they fail to report the gross parking income?
Did they fail to report that line item? There was nothing in that line item.
So they failed to report that, it's not there?
No, actually they didn't. You can assume times 12, there's your number. So
I'll
they,
get to assumptions
they
aside,
reported.
I'm looking for facts. Did they?
They factually, they provide 865 stalls times $92 a month.
That's not what I'm asking. Did they provide the gross rent?
There's zero at line 113.
So they did not provide the gross rent.
There is zero at that line.
16.2 reads, in the form of a signed statement, a declaration of a person affirming that the information or documentation provided by the person is complete, true, and accurate. Would that be complete, true, or inaccurate?
Absolutely.
With the missing of a rent? What would?
That's Mr. Pohl. Are you familiar with E and OE? Errors and omissions accepted?
Is there reported?
There's an omission. It is not it is complete, true, and accurate, and it is a clerical omission.
Okay, so
That's
you're
easily-
equating that to not being a failure. That's your opinion.
Absolutely.
This is where the board's gonna have to make.
Indeed.
In the past, numerous cycles, numerous appeals, I've been doing this since 2010, I'm sure Altus has been doing it past that. Altus has used the gross rent to reverse, to see the performance of the lot, to come up with a lower than our market rent, and then ask for a reduction. This has been standard practice.
Number of stalls times stall.
Standard practice.
Number of
They
stalls
check the
times stall
numbers, then they go back to the lot, see how it performed. It's under our numbers, they reverse the rate, and then ask for that rate, and this panel is awarded
Sorry, Mr. Pohl.
reductions based on that information, which starts with that gross rate.
So you lost me there. You're suggesting that Altus takes the number of stalls times a lower stall rate?
They review the gross rent, and then go, oh, your model's too high. We're gonna reverse it from the gross rent, stall count, simple math, divide by 12, come to a stall rate, go, oh, we're wrong.
Indeed.
And
If
it's
you've
been
got two-
standard practice for Altus to review it on that, and that's one of the methods that's been approved by
Absolutely.
this
Stall-
board
number
as
of
a
stalls
collective
times
to
stall
get a
rate.
reduction.
Number of stalls times stall rate, absolutely.
So Altus needs that to do evaluation of the properties, correct? Altus has
Mr.
presented that.
Pohl, no, what Altus needs, I'm gonna be very clear on this, what Altus needs and what any individual who's able to, with any math abilities, what you need are two of the three factors, mathematically. You need, there's three factors. There's the number of stalls, there's the monthly rate, because don't forget here, remember, we've got zeros under hourly and daily, okay? So that's a non-issue. So in this situation, in this factual situation, in any given set of facts, you only need two factors. You need either any two of number of stalls, stall rate, and gross income, and you can calculate all three. Anytime,
But you need to
any
make an
minute of the day.
assumption that.
Absolutely you can.
So we're to assume,
Based on the information.
Assessment.
Absolutely.
and if you gross that up, we're to assume a whole rent, we're to assume.
You are to assume it's-
Interjects, which, let me finish, please.
Yes,
Which
indeed.
interjects uncertainty into our role.
Let him finish his question.
So if you take that perception of how we're to assume, why would you, as an agency, ever guess the reported rents that are being reported by your
If you've got two of
clients?
the three factors, Mr. Pohl, you don't have to guess. That's my point.
The point
If you
is
have two of the three factors in a scenario like this, it gets more complicated, and this is why I'm saying, if you've got hourly rates and daily rates and you've got income, other sources of income, that is going to inject then you're talking about some uncertainty. That is not the case here. That's my very point. When you've got 2 of the 3 factors in this fact situation, you can calculate everything to the penny.
Let's apply it again to test equity. We're sitting on a parking lot that reports 100 stalls. They report $100 what they're charging, and they have 3 people parking on it. Are we supposed to then take that reported rent and gross it up to the entire lot?
Mr. Pohl, exactly. If they do not
And assume-
report, Mr. Pohl, I'll answer the question. The department, as you are well aware, is entitled to use this information to the best of their abilities, and in the scenario you just mentioned, you are entitled, without anything more from the owner, you are entitled to assume whatever your numbers were, 1,100 stalls and $50 rate per month, you're entitled to assume this times this equals that. And if the owner comes to this board and says, no, it was 50% vacant, no, you didn't report that.
Let's throw it a little different scenario. Let's say the downtown parking list, which is predominantly controlled by a few parking operators, decided to put a $25 rate and a stall count on every unit cycle. Would we to assume that that's accurate?
Mr. Pohl, the question's irrelevant. If you're suggesting that somehow this stall rate of $92 is inaccurate, then you're making an allegation that falls outside of this request.
No,
So
I'm following the rationale, how we actually model, how we would do an appeal defense.
But it has-
for site-specific and also for other
Yeah,
parking.
but Mr. Pohl, it has no application here. Are you suggesting, Michael, and this is a question to your question that I'll answer, are you suggesting that either the stall count or the monthly rate are you making an allegation that those are false, that those were misrepresented as
That's
part
what
of
they reported, it's sworn to be completely true and accurate.
Exactly.
So, if I'm allowed to finish my direct line of question.
Yes, indeed, but that, to answer your question, if you believe there's allegations when somebody's under-reporting, you believe that it's false, you're entitled to investigate, and you're certainly entitled to do the things you need to do to determine why something was reported that seems so out of line. But ask the question, explain to me how this has relevance to this situation. I just don't get
Let's scale it up a little bit. For equity's purpose, if we did not receive one single IME from any property owner that had income on their property for parking, and they did not put any gross rent in, just the stall rate and the stall count, how would we judge the performance of the populace of parking? So how would we judge the downtown parking versus outside areas of downtown? How would we determine what rates are accurate? How would we put it in? If all we have is just the asking rate and the stall count, we don't have
And
any.
there's no other income,
there's
and
no
they've
other-
specifically put
How do you
zeros.
judge if there has
Mr.
to
Pohl,
be
my question, I'm gonna answer the
full
question.
break?
Hold on.
Guys, you know what, if you
are
keep
you-
this up, you're gonna lose us.
Are you assuming, well, this is my point though, Mr. Pohl's alleging circumstances that have no bearing on the subject. Are you assuming zeros, in your scenario, are you assuming zeros for hourly rate and daily rates? Because this gets back to the 3 factors. If you've got zeros, you only need 2 of the 3 factors to mathematically calculate it. That's the only
I
scenario.
disagree strongly with you. That's not how proper analysis, and that's opposite to what
This
all
is the
this
question,
is.
right? Are you done with the
I can
question?
do the rest of this in summary.
Okay. I was afraid of that. Question, Brent?
Given the size of this parking lot, and given the size of the property and the structure, are any of the 865 stalls customer parking?
There are visitor parking stalls in addition to these, but they generate no revenue or.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was it.
Richard?
Again, for clarification, I'm looking at the annual expenses on the property.
Indeed.
The center of page 18 of
Yeah.
the city's document. What do these expenses refer to?
This is for, so the entire property is, of course, and as you alluded to earlier, this is Great West Life, it's the owner-occupied building. So all of these expenses relate to the whole complex. It's one roll number, it's one entire complex, so it relates to the building, and the maintenance would refer to both the building and the lot and everything else. They don't account for it separately, it's just one economic unit. So it's the entire property.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that. Thank you, I thought so.
So, saying on here the total expenses, property taxes, total expenses for this building would be 883,000, was that 8 million?
8,837,202.
So in that number, there would be an expense for that $92, would there not?
Well, if they pave part of the lot, sure, but I mean, that's
Not just that, they'd also have,
electricity.
would they not be including that $92 that they're paying out to their, that they're
The 92, so the mathematically, the parking revenue is the number of stalls times the monthly
Yeah.
rate. There you go.
Got that.
As far as the expenses, they're going, I mean, as I say, it's one big facility.
Yeah.
So they're not gonna, there's no differentiation between Hydro for the building and Hydro for the parking stalls, and there's no differentiation between maintenance for the building and maintenance of the parking lot, or, you know, all that stuff, so.
got that, I mean, but I'm good. In summation,
It was a failure to report the gross income. That gross income is needed to value the property on a site-specific basis. That income is needed to do our model work. That income is a failure. It's not reported. Section 16.2 of the Municipal Act reads as such. It has to be complete, true, and accurate. That is not complete. It's not accurate. We leave out 850 some odd stall, 865 stall parking on the edge of the downtown district for the income. If the entire populace of Winnipeg reported income, gross income, we wouldn't really be able to do an analysis on these type of properties. You wouldn't be able to judge the performance of an individual property to determine what market rent is at that particular location, whether it's a little high, a little low, how you should put it in. We need this information. If we don't provide this information, it introduces uncertainty into our model. That's why we're asking for this. I reviewed this information. It's in sister with the 223 James, which of course we've already heard, where they reported the other two parameters, missed the other two parameters, but included parking gross rent. I reviewed this in full. I've also reviewed this in full with our assessment service manager. We agree that this is appropriate to be asking for, and we're asking for today to be granted.
Carrie,
Mr.
in
Chairman,
summation,
so can I ask the board, please, on Mr.
you're in summation of.
Yeah, no, I know. Can I ask the board, please, to turn to page, and this was alluded to, page 18, again, just have that open.
Yeah.
I find it ironic, and this was alluded to, Mr. Chairman, by the panel. It says, note if the property is 100% owner occupied, then it completely the information required for the annual expenses and capital cost summary. Well, I find it extremely ironic that because the taxpayer in this case chose to actually report more than what they're required to and what they've been asked for, now they're seeking a $180,000 penalty. It's egregious. I continue to maintain from our respectful perspective, this is disingenuous. It's not a situation where you've got outside factors other than three mathematical factors: number of stalls, monthly rate, and the total revenue. If you have any two of those three in situations like this, you can calculate it. It is as simple as that. There is no, under any reasonable explanation or any reasonable interpretation, this is not a failure. The assessor has breached their duty. I'm treating that as a corollary issue, but the fact is they haven't sought the penalties for exactly the same information submitted for many, many years, and fundamentally, this simply isn't a failure. The information was, further information was submitted than what was required, and the math is exceptionally simple. I'm asking the board to deny the assessor's request. Thank you.
Gentlemen, you ask you to leave again? I'm gonna wait for you to get back with the camera.
Yeah, I do want to change for a copy.
Yeah, you have time to go for coffee, because I'm gonna take 5. We'll call the meeting back to order. We will deny the city's request and we will move forward. When you're ready, Jeremy.
The roll number is 1209780495, otherwise known as 60 Osborne, Great West Life Insurance Company building. Consists of three, well actually an older property that was built in 1860, and another addition put on in 1982 with an under walkway leading to the original building. Gross floor area is approximately 638,000 square feet. The leasable area 432,000 square feet. I don't believe there's any contention today with the areas. They're pretty solid. It's been reviewed a number of times. There are four income streams, including the parking for this property. Page 3 are starting at the comparables. The area for the OFA space, we've reviewed the OFA rents that were pulled into the cycle. They're an average of $18.44, weighted average of $18.33, and median of $18 for approximately $247,000 square feet of leasable area. On page number 4, is just an outside independent source for Class A space, approximately a little under $3 million of inventory, weighted out at $19.93 a square foot. For the OFS income stream, we reviewed approximately 445,000 square feet of space. The average rental rate is $15.19. The weighted average is $14.73, and the median is $14.72. So again, all nice tight. No deviation or variance. The OFB comparables are on page 5. There's a lot more rents, obviously, because OFBs are very predominant. There is numerous in the city. So we reviewed 73 comparables for approximately 457,000 square feet of inventory. The average rent was $15.03. The weighted average was $14.61 with a median of 14. And again, below that is Cushman Livefield's Q1 for 2018, which is reviewing approximately 3.5 million square feet of inventory at a weighted average of 1531. We also looked for some basement comparables. As there is basement area, it's underground, although it's probably the nicest underground space there is. It's got a large atrium, lots of natural light. We walked through it yesterday at our inspection of the property. For the basement rent, we reviewed approximately 29,000 square feet. The average rent was $9.23, with a weighted average of $10.51 and a median of 9. The parking rents are as such. These are surface parking lots. Most of them are in the same business district. Their stabilized net rents are per month are on the right-hand side. And now we get to the actual income streams of the property. Page 8. There's a small OFS behind the newer addition of the property. It's approximately 4,700 square feet. We have an average rent put on it of $13.14, which produces a BGI of 62,145. And we apply our standard parameters of 5.5% for vacancy, and we account for our expenses at 2% and our shortfall at $7. We have a net operating income of $55,731, capped at our average overall capitalization rate of 6.84%, gives us our 815,000. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, 850. Onto our OFA income stream, which is 100 Osborne, the newer building on the corner of Osborne and Broadway. The total area for this property is 236,150 square feet. We have an average rent of $14.96 a square foot. So we deduct backwards from our OFA hour rate that we typically would use. We made a reduction from that, it's a little less for that. We put it in just under $15. I believe, again, when we run the numbers, that's approximately $3,531,874 for our potential rent, potential gross income. Our standard parameters apply at 7% of vacancy, which gives an effective gross income of approximately $3,284,000. Expenses at 2%, and our shortfall of $13 gives us a net operating income of $3,004,000 approximately, with the same cap rate at 6.84%. Produces our value for this income stream at $43,990,000. On the next page is our income stream for 60 Osborne, which is the open portion of the property. We have approximately 241,799 square feet. We have an average lease rate of $11.55 a square foot. The leasable area is 241,799, which produces a PGI of 2,792,528. With our vacancy at 9%. We have an effective gross income of $2,541,200, expenses at 2%, and shortfall at 11 produces an NOI of $2,250,000 and $2,250,995. And the same cap rate at 6.84% produces a capitalized value of $32,909,000. Getting back to the parking lot on our final income stream, we have 851 stalls, a little less than what was reported this cycle, but was going to make an adjustment for a few stalls. Number of stalls might fluctuate from year to year based on use, and in the populace of around 850 stalls, it's more than fine. So a monthly net rent of $65 a stall, which is accountable for outside of the business district. Our standard parameter that we put on lots that are outside, but adjacent to the business district. So our net operating income calculated from that is $663,780, capped at our weighted average of 6.84%. Gives us $9,704,000. And when we look at our income stream summary, that is the summary page for all of the income streams I just reviewed. All the parameters in place gives us a total value of $87,347,000. Net operating income in that is approximately $5,974,559. That's about $500,000 off of what the bill is projected rate is. So it seems like it's come down to simply rental rate. I'll go over the property as far as proposal. We've already touched on it. And I apologize. Pages got misnumbered. My mistake. Not sure why it's page 3 to 4 and 5, but that's the photos of the property. As you can see, it is a very large parking lot right on the edge of the center business district. It's a pinnacle property in the city of Winnipeg. You can see from the atrium, this is the original 1960 building. That's the atrium. That is the new, built in 1982, the OFA, and that portion there is the OFS. So you can gain access to either property and go through the underground with the atrium area here to either property.
When we went through the property, following the pictures, we went through the property. Great West Life is currently reviewing the space in the 1960 portion of the building. From what we reviewed, it was outdated, although it was good space to begin with. They're updating their office layout, taking the office spaces from the window areas and moving it centralized, and then allowing more light for the floor, penetrating into the floor. So it's a mix of quite modern space and some lip space. We're not adjusting for any value based on the renovation that's currently going on. We'll wait for a supplemental assessment if there is to be any upward adjustment. We'll leave that for another day. So this is just some pictures of some of the spaces that how it currently sits. We walk through some of these spaces. It looks to be typical of the layout that the whole building will go through at some point in time in the future. And these were the permits that were associated with it. Over the years, there has been numerous upgrading of the property, inclusive of the $14 million renovation that's currently ongoing now. My summary of the permits, the work that was done is approximately $46 million since the beginning of the 2000s. So here's some photos of the older space in the OFA portion that we had on file. So again, good space, just a little dated, 1982. Flip through that. And ending on the presentation was back on the I&E that we already started. It is owner occupied. There is income generated on the parking lot. My opinion is the parking lot is not owner occupied, obviously, otherwise they would be collecting a rent. They actually have an industry for this lot. So based on that, I feel that the rents that we put in place are reasonable. It is a Pinnacle property. We have municipal court order. I have it here today if we need to get into it. I don't think we necessarily have to. The areas are correct. The OFA portion, the OFS portion, the OFB portion, we are following the municipal court order, the last one on it. It's merely rental rate, and for the OFB portion, we're at the OFA, we reduced from market somewhat to reflect the nature of the property. Field assessment is reasonable at $87,347,006.
Question?
Yes, just a couple. OFS, does that mean suburban office?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so on.
That's just how we bucket it. A small property that would be less than three stories or less for commercial. So you can have an OFS in the downtown center business district. We'll still call it an OFS. It's just 3 stories or less.
So
But
location,
it's just typically, there's not too many of them in downtown.
so location has nothing to do with it, suburban?
What I'm saying is we still have it within the center business district, so.
All your OFS comparisons are outside the downtown Winnipeg, correct?
Yes, like I said, the populace of OFS in the center business district are small, so the lease up rentable areas that would have leased up approaching the reference date would be even less than that. So to find numerous OFSs in the center business district would be a little difficult in any reference cycle. So the next best evidence is rents that are outside of the center business district.
Okay, so on your comparables for your OFB comparables on page 5, you have property at 1661 Portage, which is beside Polo Park. The comparison number 2, 3, 4.
Yes, it is an OFB. It's performing at the same rate, as you can see, as the independent source and predominantly most of the rest of the comparables. So.
Okay, and then if I turn to page 6, your comparisons from number 59 to 73, that's Keniston and Grant.
Correct.
And then you show the studies by Cushman Wakefield.
Yes.
Now, they consider a suburban office like Keniston in their study? Do you know?
I don't have the internal work from their study. I just have what they presented to the marketplace, to the general public.
Okay, so when you quote their numbers, you don't know what buildings they've included in there?
They don't have it itemized. But,
Okay, so we don't know if we're talking apples to apples or?
that's how they class the buildings and comparables that they're using.
Okay.
We're just using a reflective of that. Altus has on numerous occasions also used the same Cushman-Whitfield reports, so.
I don't know if
For
we're
vacancy, for rent rates, I've seen them on numerous occasions.
I'm just curious if you know whether or not their Class B includes, their study includes buildings outside the downtown.
I believe so, yes, they do have, I don't have it reflected here, but they do have, outside the downtown center district area.
I don't have any other questions for you.
None? Richard?
Oh, I'm good, thanks.
You're good?
No questions?
Brent? This is all on one roll now, right? The whole property?
Yes. Yes.
The, permits that were taken out. They're saying they're not reflecting on today's value, is that correct?
No, like, when I went through the property, my main pause on this was the $14 million permit that was taken out.
Mhm.
And what was actually done, as you see on the contractor's website, I wasn't sure how much of this property was actually renovated, what level of finish was it renovated to. They're indicating approximately 320,000 square feet of the building would be done. I had to walk through that, obviously, that's why I requested inspection. After reviewing it, it seems to be, the space was, although older and dated, they modernized it, and they, as you can see from the pictures, they're pulling in the offices to the inner core and allowing the worker areas to get more light, which penetrates in. That would get, on the open market, that would get a rent higher, but we already have them at an OFA level. So at a $15 rent for that location, I don't believe that's, I don't believe the rent, what we see would reflect an increase in rent at this point in time. Having said that, the renovation work is ongoing, and we could address that and should address that in a supplemental assessment. So I'm taking it as what the older space was. So at the lower rent, at $15, which is about $3 off the market, I think it's reasonable.
A lot of that work, some of the work detailed was to bring up the code for fire protection and new heating systems in those areas.
My understanding from the personnel that we walked through, that most of the mechanical systems are as such. There's just been maintenance work done on, to overhaul the whole building. It would be a significant renovation, which they're not, they haven't done it to date, otherwise they would be doing it.
There were pictures that you supplied, got the new HRVs in which weren't there before.
The pictures you see here are of the OFA from 1982. They're doing the 1960 building, which is 60 Osborne.
But page 8 is what?
That would be the 1960 Osborne, or 60 Osborne built in 1960.
Yeah, and that's already been remodeled, that one, right?
Right. Any supplemental assessment, or any renovation work would have to wait for a supplemental assessment. When I wanted to walk through the property, it was simply to see the gauge of what was going on. This $14 million permit would have to be reviewed, and at that point, we would, if warranted, would issue a supplemental assessment. So, I've never been inside the Great West Light building, so when I saw a $14 million permit, it was warranted for me to trigger an inspection.
Your all your layouts done in the model, correct?
Pardon me?
You use the model for all your,
Correct. No, I apply no overrides to it.
no overrides, so your 7% vacancy is just on the model as well?
Which one you
The
speaking?
7% vacancy loss?
Yeah, that would have been for the OFAs.
Okay, on with your presentation, please.
Oh, can I ask a couple of follow-up questions?
Sure.
Okay, you mentioned if, once all the work's done, there may be some supplementary, because they brought it up. If this was a multi-tenant building and they were doing a section of the building at a time, and the permits could all add up to 14 million over the time, over the period of the time, you wouldn't issue a supplementary assessment, would you?
We issue one or several.
Yeah, what would you like, if somebody moves into a new office space, say in 400 St. Mary, that's been gutted because it's vacant, they move in there and they put in $3 million worth of TI so that it gets rented out, you don't go and issue a supplementary
It
assessment?
would depend on what it is. I mean, if the level of finish was on par with what was there and they were just reconfiguring it, then there would be no added value, we would increase it. But if they're taking older outdated space from 1916 and upgrading it to a modern standard of today, there may be. I can't make that determination at this point. I'll leave it for those.
And it was 2023 that they estimated the work would all be done?
Yeah, so, yeah.
Okay, that's all.
Now you've given me a new question. See that? We just never end. Is there anybody else that has 482,600 square feet of rental property in the city?
I would have to say no.
Anything
I
close?
can't even, no, and that was one of the, like I sat through, we have this order here, this last order that.
Yeah.
I actually watched this municipal board. I didn't participate, I just watched it, I thought it was important to review. And the board basically, one of the questions the panel had was, are we gonna be owner occupied, maybe they need to be able to, that's not it, that wasn't an issue. What would that market pay?
Yeah.
Now, what would the current tenant pay if they weren't being occupied? If they took, left and came back and they were renting, what would they pay? And one of the things they went out into is they looked at the marketplace to see what other, what else Great Westlife was paying at that time in relationship to the market, and then trying to work it back. That's why we are putting a little bit less than what the market would typically pay, because we're following the order, which came back, and the rents were, for this cycle, for that cycle was X amount, and then they put a little bit under it. That's typically what we're following, so that's why you're seeing the $3 difference between market, in our opinion, from what we've reviewed to what's in there now. It's a large property, it's a pinnacle property. It's gonna be desirable if you're head office, because there's simply not that many that offer that site utility. So there'd only be a handful of buyers, but it would be desirable for those buyers.
On with your presentation, please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I guess in quick summary, the main differences are in the rent between the floors, and that we're allowing a 7% unrecoverable fee as opposed to the City of Winnipeg's 2%. I can elaborate on.
What page is that on?
There's an income approach for each one.
Okay. You got a summary page, no?
Oh, no, that's me saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's where our differences lie.
Okay.
Okay, so if I was to start on page 2, there's our current assessment is $87,347,000, and we're asking for a value of $79,410,000. Page 3 is just photos of the subject property. The one at the bottom is the 560 Broadway. That's the one that used to be a bank at one time, and is now included in this property. Page 4 is the site plan. Page 5, I can go through the description. The subject property is Great West Life Assurance Company, GWL head office complex, located at 6080 and 100 Osborne Street, directly west of the Legislative Building and south of Broadway Avenue at the outer edge of downtown area. GWL owns the entire block bounded by Osborne, Broadway, Balmoral, and Granite Way. The daycare at the southwest corner of the site at Balmoral and Granite is separately assessed. The total land area assessed under the subject rule number is 15.7 acres. There are a total of 874 parking stalls available on the site. The components of the subject property include, actually that's a typo, it's supposed to be 865 was reported. The components of the subject property include the following: 60 Osborne, a previous GWL head office building constructed in 1957 to 58, facing the east side of the legislative building. The effective age is 1980. The Class B office has a planned area of 58,348 square feet with 5 above ground floors. The gross above ground floor area is 237,860 square feet. The lower level is 58,225. The lower level below grade space, the low grade space is constructed in 1982 and located between and connected to 60 and 100 Osborne's, containing meeting rooms, a Tim Hortons, the truck loading dock, and mechanical and electrical areas serving both office buildings. There is an automatic banking machine located in the 112 square foot space in the corridor of 80 Osborne. Total gross floor area of this section of the basement is 59,874 square feet, which includes a 10,660 square foot lower truck dock, excluded from the leasable area. Part of this lower level is considered in the leasable area of 60 Osborne and part as 100 Osborne. Total leasable area of 60 Osborne is 241,800 square feet, 200,790 square feet above ground, and 41,010 square feet of basement. Main heating and cooling system for the entire property are housed in this building. Therefore, the two buildings, 60 and 100, could not easily be subdivided and sold separately. 100 Osborne, the current GWL head office, constructed in 1982 on the southwest corner of Broadway and Osborne. The 6-story office has a plan area of 37,983 square feet and a gross upper area of 227,898 square feet. The main to 5th floor are offices minus 2 glass atriums that extend from lower level to the 5th, and the 6th floor is mechanical. The basement gross area is 48,400 square feet, which includes offices, a lounge, and fitness center. The leasable areas are 159,132 square feet of office, main through 5th, 16,086 square feet of mechanical storage on the 6th, and 60,932 square feet of basement, including part of 80 Osborne. Next page, 560 Broadway. The subject is a 1-story suburban office building located at 560 Broadway at the corner of Broadway and Colony Street, west of Osborne. The building was constructed in 1982 and has a main floor leasable area of 3,255 square feet. There is also a basement area of 1,476 square feet. The leasable area is 4,731 square feet. This property had previously been separately assessed from 60/100 Osborne with 19,393 square feet of land. But with the 2016 replot, the city merged this role into the larger property. Total leasable area as applied by the city includes areas that in our opinion would not be valued by the market. The leasable area for 60/100 Osborne, previously calculated and applied in 2016-17 assessment by the Board of Revision, utilizes the usable area of 415,889 square feet, factored up with a typical market gross up at 1.12, equating to 460,358 square feet. Even the owner quotes the leasable area for these buildings less than the assessed area of 44,795 square feet. 440,795 square feet versus 478,516 square feet. The differences are primarily the lower level common area hallways at 100 Osborne, 6,125 square feet. Large common area on the main through 5th floor of 100 Osborne, 6,596 square feet, and sections of the lower level of 60 Osborne, 10,000 square feet, not the already excluded truck dock. For the purposes of this report, we will apply the city's leasable area of 482,682 square feet, with the understanding that not all of this space will be comparable to other typical office spaces in the market. If I could ask the board to then turn to page 8. We're going to start with 100 Osborne, the OFA. City of Winnipeg Assessment Department has applied an average April 2018 net rent of $3,531,874, or $14.96 square feet per square foot, to a leasable area of 236,150 square feet of the OFA income stream, including main and upper office, basement level, and storage space. This represents an 11% increase over the April 2018 blended market rent of $13.53 per square foot agreed to by the Board of Revision in the 2018 supplementary realty assessment appeal. For market rent, Cushman Wakefield states in the Q1 2018 market rate report for Winnipeg downtown office. Asking rates in Class A buildings have not followed suit, as these landlords are aggressively competing for new tenants and trying to retain existing ones. Another important element that is involved in the increase in occupancy costs are sizable increases in operating expenses and property taxes. These costs were 78 cents per square foot higher in 2017 compared to 2016, with the Class A buildings in the Central Business District generating the largest increase. Landlords in the Central Business District will need to be aggressive as tenants pursue opportunities for superior quality space or more attractive leasing terms. The key factors in the decision-making process by tenants will be the leasehold improvements allowance and the commitment by landlords to undertake significant building upgrades. Most importantly, the average net rent quoted above would be for typical office sizes. A single tenant property of over 200,000 square feet definitely requires significant downward adjustments to account for economies of scale. For the larger full or multi-floor leases, the following Class A office rents are considered. And we have listed 15 rents that are on Main, St. Mary, Graham, and Portage Avenue. And we have an average of $16.57 and a median rent of $16.79. Overall, the comparisons shown are good indicators of what top-tier Class A office rents are for spaces between 15,000 and 70,000 square feet. The average of the above rents is $16.57. Page 10, as a note, the last comparison at 201 Portage refers to the top floors of one of the premier office towers in downtown Winnipeg. The step rent of $21 per square foot actually has a $9 per square foot credit on each and every year of the lease. The true net rent to the owners is therefore $12. Overall, the comparisons shown are good indicators of what top tier A office rents are for spaces between 20,000 and 70,000 square feet. The average of the above rents is $16.57 per square foot. Subject property is far larger than any of the superior comparison properties shown above. To apply rents based on smaller areas, much smaller than the subjects, without adjusting downward for economies of scale is inappropriate. To convert the property to multi-tenant use would result in not only costs that would have not been recognized, but also a loss of leasable area to common areas. In valuing the subject as a single occupant building, there must therefore be a downward adjustment to a typical smaller space market rents to account for economies of scale. A very good indicator of the market rent potential is the rent that Great West Light pays for the other office space in downtown. The best examples would be 444 St. Mary. It's a Class B office tower with underground parking and connections to the walkways and amenities. GWL pays $9.25 per square foot for 111,625 square feet of office space over multiple floors. From 2009 to 2018, stepping up to $11.50 per square foot in September 2018, and $12.50 per square foot for 14,463 square feet of space on the third floor. The rent agreed to by the Board of Revision for the 2020 Realty Assessment was $12.50 to the third floor and $11.50 to the remainder. 423 Main, it's a Class B character office tower. GWL pays $12 per square foot for 76,100 square feet of office space over multiple floors, 3 to 6, commencing December 16 for 10 years. A net market rent as of April 18 of no more than $15.50 per square foot should be applied to 100 Osborne through the fifth floors. Last cycle, the applied rent for the area was $15. The mechanical storage on the 6th floor would command a much lower rent. We will apply a half rate to this space, as in the last cycle, of $7.75 per square foot. For the lower level, we've got some storage rents there, and for the lower level, a reduced rent of $11.30 was applied last cycle, which we have increased to $12 per square foot for this valuation. On page 11, as market comparisons, a nearby office at 226 Osborne Street North with recessed level office with full fenestration commands $11.16 for 1,940 square feet, and that's an October 15 to October 20 lease, and $11 for 983 square feet, and that's a March 17 to July 19 rent. The blended rent for the Class A building is therefore $14.07. So we've got $15.50 for the first to fifth floors. For the storage, which is the 6th floor, we have $7.75. Office, basement lease pool, we have $12, and for the food court, we have $12, for a total of 236,150 square feet at $14.07. For the OFB at 60 Osborne, the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department has applied an average April 2018 net rent of $2,792,528, or $11.55 per square foot, to a leasable area of 241,799 square feet of the OFB income stream, including main and upper basement level and storage space. For 2018-19 assessment, the city applied an April 16 market rent was $11.10, consisting of $11.57 per square foot for the main and upper floors and $8.78 to the lower level. The market rent was accepted by the owner. The following Class B rents have been considered as comparable. We have listed 15 Class B rents. The ages range from 1971 to 2005. We have an average rent of $12.12 and a median rent of $11.33. The downtown Class B market rents range from just under $11 to just under $16 for spaces under 25,000 square feet. Index 5 at $10 per square foot is actually considered more of a Class C. That's on Portage Avenue. For larger, over 25,000 square feet spaces, the rents typically decrease due to economies of scale hovering around $11 per square foot. On note, indices 4 and 5 are from a heritage character office on the south side of Portage Avenue, and Index 14 is a heritage building south of Portage Place, the old Winnipeg Free Press building with access to underground parking. Many of the above comparisons, indices 1, 3, 5, 7, 12, 13, and 15, are connected to the downtown enclosed walkway system. For the current assessment, we have applied April 18 market rents as follows, which are actually higher than the city's market rent. We have the basement at $10. We have 1 square foot at $97. I'm not sure what that is. And we have 200,789 square feet at $12 for an overall market rent, excuse me, of $11.66. On page 13, we now have the OFS building at 560 Broadway. The separate building at 560 Broadway is an aged standalone office originally designed as a bank with an irregular triangular configuration. The main level is 3,255 square feet, and the basement, accessible by stairs and lacking fenestration, is 1,476 square feet. The city has applied an April 18 market rent of $62,145 for $13.14 per square foot to the entire area. The following rents are considered. The ones we've listed here are 8. The last two comparisons provide the best comparisons. We will apply a market rent of $14 a square foot to the main. This in keeping with the April 2016 rent of $13 agreed upon for the 18-19 assessment, and the April 2014 rent of $12 agreed to upon for the 2016-17 assessment. The lower level should be applied to rent at 50% of the main floor, or $7. Again, this is in keeping with the April 2016 applied rent of $6.50 for the 2018-19 assessment, and the April 2014 rent of $5 agreed upon for the 16 and 17 assessment. So based on those rents, we have 14 for the main, 7 for the basement, for an overall rent of $11.82 for 4,731 square feet. Vacancy, we're not questioning the vacancy for the either of the three properties, so I'll continue on to shortfall. The City of Winnipeg Assessment Taxation Department suggests in its valuation of income producing properties model a shortfall of $13 per square foot for Class A office properties, 11 for B, and 7 for OFS properties. The actual 2017 expenses for the property were $8,837,202, or $18.29 per square foot across both 60 and 100. In past cycles, the relatively high expenses were recognized in evaluation by applying a shortfall rate higher than market. For example, the 2014 municipal board settlement shortfall rates of $15.14 were applied. In previous cycles, the rate was uniform between both buildings as they share many mechanical systems. For the current valuation, we will apply $15 a square foot to both 60 and 100 Osborne, as applies to 2018, and we will accept the $7 shortfall for 560 Broadway. Non-recoverable expenses. Altus is continuing to apply an allowance of 7% of effective market income in our evaluation of the subject. This allowance is based upon the standard allocation of 2% as a structural reserve allowance and 5% as a stabilized allowance for non-recoverable expenses that arise in the competitive management and operation of the property or company site. We would refer to the board. Now, if the board wants, I can go through our presentation, or...
Are you gonna be going through yours?
I'll summarize it.
That's what I was thinking too. I'm happy to summarize it, sort of at 30,000 feet from Mr. Becker's.
Why don't we do a summary, seeing as we've all heard it already.
All right. For the parking lot, the city has applied a net income of $663,780 to the surface parking lot, which is an increase over the income applied last cycle, $607,614. We agree with the city's parking income. Now for capitalization rates, we're actually agreeing with the assessor's overall rate of 6.84. So I will actually go through the summary on page 18. We have the income summary. We've used the 6.84% cap rate. So for the OFA, we come up with a value of $38,869,068. For the OFB, we come in at $30,145,272. The OFS, $691,638. And the parking is based in the city at $9,704,386. The overall total rounded is $79,410,000 per square. $79,410,000. There's several pictures. There's the workup by the city. On page 36, it just kind of shows where the central business district is and where GWL is in the bottom left-hand corner. So it's outside the downtown area. There's some site plans and it's municipal board orders. And now let Mr. Reimer summarize the.
You should know better.
I kind of do.
I think you can
Mr. Holt, my
You want me to summarize it for you?
All right, Mr. Chairman, I will, and I know the panel members are very familiar with it, and I agree with Mr. Pohl, sort of keep it very high level. We continue to believe that the intent of the 5% is as a non-recoverable expense allowance. That's what the original intent was, we suggest, and should maintain in that same vein. We should maintain it. We list on pages 2 to 3, 2 to 5. Some of the other jurisdictions and how they treat it similar, we suggest with ours. Page 5, there's a whole bunch of different allowances that came into play when we were reviewing the financials. However, for the reasons we've listed there on pages 5 and 6, we're only including 4. Leasing commissions, professional fees, asset management fees, and advertising marketing. This is on page 6 now. So those are the, pardon me, the 4 expenses that we believe are appropriate. For the non-recovered expense allowance, page 7 is our summary of our review. EMI, effective market income, is the equivalent of effective gross income. That was my misterming the term. So that is based on the percentage of EGI, and the average there is 7.42%, with a median of 5.75%. That's shown at the bottom of the chart, with the second column from the right. The right-hand column includes TIs for the board's reference only. Then moving to pages 8 and 9, the structural allowance, we believe 2%. As Mr. Pohl has presented, based on the model, the 2% remains, and we believe that's appropriate. We're also using the 2% for the structural reserve, and so we're suggesting the 5% should remain in place for the same reasons set forth here that the board's very familiar with. Just as a reminder, pages 10 through 18 are the year-by-year details of the study. And then pages 19 through 22 are is a summary of the reserve review that we have done. Not meant to be comprehensive in any way, but as a selection. Pages 24 and 25 relate to some of the appraisal text and the further materials through the briefs. So I'll leave it at that.
Jeremy, you got questions?
Yeah, just give me 1 minute here. Okay. Let me turn to your page 18. This is the summary. Your net NOI is $5,431,669. Correct.
This is you.
I thought you were questioning yourself.
Oh, sorry. How did you want to do? Did you want to do?
No, we're gonna just question right through.
Okay,
They
okay.
both
Yeah.
Start with him and then go to
Brilliant.
Terry.
All right.
Terry.
So your NOI is approximately $5.431 million.
Yes.
Okay. You have no difference in our valuations other than rent and the 5% dispute.
Correct.
Okay. So when I run the number, approximately it's a 50-50 split. The 5% question, whether it's non-recoverable expenses, equates to $271,583 in NOI, positive NOI, if you put it back into your equation.
I'd have to calculate that.
You don't have to, it's okay. And your rent difference is $271,306.
Okay.
So it's basically 50-50. So, vacancy, I just want to touch on that for one moment. Another appeal is specifically to Owen Portage. We had a vacancy being asked for at 50% due to the negative effect of in my opinion, a post-reference lease-up of a property that may influence the marketplace. Do you believe that this property would be unaffected by, on a marketplace basis, would be unaffected by, regardless if it's owner-occupied by Greatwest Light or it would be another tenant? This property wouldn't receive the same kind of increase in vacancy?
If this place went vacant, I think it would be considerably higher than that. I think it would take a long
Maybe-
time to lease this up.
You're accepting a market parameter now, a vacancy at 7%, 7.1% approximately overall, for market, right?
For this property.
For this property. So the market vacancy that we're supposed to be applying, market vacancy, at another property was not market vacancy, it was site specific.
I didn't deal with the other property.
Okay, I'm just saying from Altus's position, it seems to be all over the place for what the vacancy is
I think some of
versus
it is
market
site
vacancy.
specific. I think some of it is site specific, you have to go with that.
Okay, okay, so, my next question would be, when you worked out your rents, the deviation in rent, on your OFAs, the model, or from what we brought in on your page 9. How many of these
these included tenant inducements? How many of these included free rent? How many of these were taken back from the face rent?
Yeah, I didn't do the actual calculations myself, but in most cases, we don't use included tenant inducements or take them off for free rent.
Okay, so you don't take them off the top line?
I can't say, I didn't do this analysis, so I can't actually say what was used.
So my question would be, you wouldn't take them off the rent, but then you wouldn't also take them off the expense, non-recoverable expense items, which was part of the debate. So does Altus do it, or do they not do it? Or?
I can help answer that, Mr. Cole, based on my experience and knowing where the source data of these leases, there would be no net effective rent calculation. So in your question about the leasing commissions and the free rent, it is not taken off the top line. We will, those would be face rates, and what we're suggesting is that the 5% non-recoverable expense allowance that covers some of the things you're talking about, the leasing commissions, not free rent, but the leasing commissions and advertising, marketing, and professional fees and such. That's what the allowance covers, but none of those deductions are made off top line on either the comparables or the face rents that we show.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're not double dipping,
Yeah,
taking
no,
off the top and then off the bottom as
fair
well.
question,
Because I
fair
mean, then you're
question.
taking more than the 5%.
Yeah, no,
argument.
that's a fair question. And my
Because
answer
I'm
would be-
looking at a $12 rent that you're using in 201 Portage in your last comparable. How are you even including this in analysis? Would $12 be reflective of market in an OFA? It seems to be so far off market that it shouldn't be included.
I can tell you, I'm gonna just answer this quickly and let Mr. Becker, the whatever the $12 is, it's gonna be a phase rate. Now, what that is, I don't know, but it's not gonna be anything with an NER calculation built into it.
The answer is the top of page 10.
No, I read that, but why would this even be included? Because if I'm reviewing a large deviation in rent on a face rent, I'm not even, if I'm in an OFB and we're arguing a $13 to $15 rate and I see an $8 net rent, I'm pretty sure there's something included in that it shouldn't even be included versus if it would be, say, a $22 rate. Those are outlying rents that I wouldn't be bringing in for analysis. And yet we're having a $12 rate inclusive of your rent. Would you not think there'd be something inclusive in the lease that would typically push it away from market?
I think this was the best we could do for that spot.
So you feel this is in line with market at $12?
Well, we have some $13 rents in there too. We have some $21 and then we have some 14s.
But you've also seen in my analysis the rent that I've included, which are all the rents that we stuff at face rents.
I have some rebuttal for that. I don't know when you want me to put it in.
Okay, we can wait to rebuttal if you want, but I just wanted to make sure you weren't taking 5%, what appears to be another 5%.
My answer to it would definitely be non-controlled, for sure. Fair question.
Fair enough.
Well, you can ask them the questions on the 5%? Or have you already done that?
I was just present rebuttal, I think we're pretty
Okay,
clear on
good.
that. I'm just making sure
Okay,
that the
just
rent
wanted-
analysis itself seems to be 50-50 split in the NOI, and if you double dip on both, then it
Yeah,
raises the lower
I
value.
just wanted to make sure I was clear on that one. So we're back to your presentation on 5%. Management fees.
Non-recoverable.
Non-recoverable, that was not non-recoverable. There we go.
Okay.
Well, are we gonna be using this again and again?
Yeah, I brought copies.
So are we gonna only make it one time, the
We can
presentation on
reference.
this? And we'll agree to pass it on to all the other ones?
I have copies for yourselves,
Yeah.
and I have one individual copy for each file for the.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we're gonna make this presentation on this issue just the one time?
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
So this is a rebuttal package that we presented, the Altus Group's 2020-2021 realty assessment non-recoverable expense study. And I'll read verbatim for the first couple of sheets, just to get our point across. Based on flawed assumptions, Altus Group incorrectly alleges that the historic 5% management expense allowance was a stabilized expense involving a number of typical non-recovered expenses related to the property
and competent operation of the property. This statement is incorrect, erroneous, and unfounded. The historic 5% expense was an expense related to standard management fees charged by the owner or property manager relating to the day-to-day operation of the property. Further, Altus agrees that the standard management fees, which made up the historic 5% in previous assessment cycles, are usually recovered in whole or in part from the tenants, unless the tenants are on a gross or semi-gross lease. So at this point, management fees were on the same page. Don't disagree there. To develop the 2020 general model assessment, the assessment taxation department analyzed income and expense information where management was recovered to derive a model generated net operating incomes net of management expenses. Therefore, the model generated NOI developed through a fee simple interest valuation are already net of management expenses. The assessment and taxation department has also allowed for non-recoverable expenses. Non-recoverable expenses include generally a 2% expense allowance and then shortfall allowance per square foot to account for non-recoverable expenses during the time of vacancy. The 2% general expense allowance was always intended to include expenses incurred by the landlord that are not recovered by the tenants. These expenses include advertising, promotion, professional fees, structural repairs. Any previous jargon at the board revision may have referred to the 2% general expense allowance as structural repair allowance. This jargon was oversimplified or is incorrect. The rebuttal package justifies the following. In the 1994 General Reassessment Manual should be considered no weight given no weight. It's from 1994. We have since redeveloped our models. Again, that's information out back in high school at that point. We can change our models that it should receive no weight. The historic 5% of management expense was in fact an expense related to standard management fees charged by the owner. The expenses Altus Group determined as non-recoverable are contrary to assessment case law in Manitoba and are not to be treated as expenses. Again, we have case law that will do after that. We do not include tenant inducements, we don't include free rent, we don't include leasing commissions, asset management fees, all those things that are being included to inflate that percentage. The expenses Altus Group determined as non-recoverable are typically important when utilizing discounted cash flow method of analysis. Assessment management fees are non-allowable operating. Assessment management fees are non-allowable operating expense items. Altus Group's analysis of PMI does not exist in appraisal theory. It is flawed. The use of medians rather than averages changes the results of the Altus Group analysis in conclusion from 5.75% to 4.78%. Even if you include exactly what they've included, if you just switch it to medians, it drops that number. After analyzing the effective gross income, EGI, for several indices of the Altus Group's study, ADD has determined that the range of non-recoverable expenses net of vacancy shortfall is between 0.36 and 3.8% of EGI with a median of 1.12. So if we just turn to page 12. So if we look to this study, we turn over to the fourth column, percentage of EMI 3-year average. This is what Altus presented, 5.75%. When you simply take that exact same information and you change it to a median, it drops those numbers. When you take out, on the next column over, non-recoverable expenses net of vacancy shortfall as a percentage of EGI actual, and you take out the actual case law items that we're not supposed to be including, it drops the number even further. So it drops it to a total median of 1.12%. We've included a 2% allowance. It seems within what assessment law allows us to do and what the actual information coming from market is. So based on that, even Altus's numbers does fall into line with what we're presenting as a 2% non-recoverable expense ratio. And
just to get back to how we apply that, I wanted to make sure that we're not starting, taking off free rent, taking off tenant inducements from the face rent, and then going back down to the expense ratio and further discounting. That was one I questioned in there. So based on what we've done, this will be our standard presentation for this cycle. I'm sure you've heard it before. We think a 2% expense ratio for non-recoverable expenses is proven by this study when applied to the assessment law and case law.
And we've heard all your questions that you were going to put to them before, right? You're not putting any questions today, right? Oh, you are? Okay.
I was going to, but I don't have to. You know, it's very,
They're
there's
all
one question I haven't asked before.
Oh, okay.
But just to be clear, and I'm still on your page 12, Mr. Bull.
My 12 or?
Yeah, year 12.
Year 12.
Year 12. Like on year 12 for the
Yeah.
rebuttal, the chart.
Yeah,
So
so there's a few 12s in here.
Yeah, so the rebuttal chart, page 12. So that's effectively what the department's done with your column is you've taken out leasing commissions, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wherever the comment is, that's what we removed,
Yeah.
what we found
Yeah.
on the INE.
Yeah.
And it's dropped
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
some median.
Yeah,
And
so you've
the
taken
removal
it,
of that back down.
yeah, you've taken out the leasing commissions, but you understand, and the department understands that when you talk about the 2%, my review and the percentages I gave did not factor any structural allowance into it. You understand that? Because that would be more numbers again added to it, and I think I wanted to make that clear. I wasn't sure if the department had then, since you referenced the 2%, did you look on those very same statements for the ones you've identified for structural and non-recoverable repairs?
We reviewed this at a management level several times based on the feedback that's been coming from all this.
Yeah.
And we still come to the same conclusion.
Okay, that's an interesting, I'll be reviewing that. It's a point now that because you're equating it to the 2%, that's going to be a separate debate. Mr. Chairman, so in previous discussions, and Mr. Pohl and I have had an opportunity to go through this several times, perhaps we can do it in a quick summation. If I can summarize my thoughts on this rebuttal package.
Oh, I thought you already had.
Well, I've summarized my package.
Oh, you want to
but
summarize
just to
it?
summarize, so, certainly our position hasn't changed. And I think to this extent, there's a few things we can agree on, as we've noted in the past. We can both agree that management fees are typically recovered. Management fees, typically recovered. We can both agree that that there's been some municipal board decisions that state very clearly, and this is to Mr. Pohl's line of question, you can't take numbers off the top line revenue. You can't take a face rent and then get to it in the R calculation. We don't dispute that, so we're in agreement with that too. And if you look on Mr. Pohl's rebuttal materials at the bottom of page 5, the department doesn't dispute that these items are in fact valid. It says we do not dispute that these items are, however, considered non-recoverable expenses in the appraisal theory, but they go on to say it's basically a jurisdictional exception under these municipal board cases. Again, if you recall, the municipal board cases, the appellants in those cases were invariably asking for an NER, and the board said, no, you can't do that. That's not the nature of our request. If I remind the board, we're asking for the stabilized 5% allowance, which some years it's going to be lower, some years it's going to be a lot higher. We believe the 5% for the non-recoverable amounts is appropriate, and I ask the board to order accordingly.
I don't think you've changed on that. I think you have to do a rebuttal on rent, or you're going to leave that alone?
It's fine, thank you.
It's fine? Did you want to sum up? Or you're
The
good?
the basic difference that I can see,
Yeah, we saw it, the 271 and the 271.
for very small off on rent. But when you're taking the face rent off of an OFA property, which sure seems to be like they're reducing the actual face rent downwards, and then inclusive of that, you're taking an additional 5% off of it based on non-recoverable expenses, that you're dropping it. Looks like it's double discounting. When I go through the OFAs as such, I mean, we have reported by Cushman Wakefield 1993 as an average. That's independent.
You know you're going to make him bring up his rebuttal evidence, right?
And then we come up with what we come up with at $18 median, 18.33 weighted. We put him in at 15 roughly, approximately for the OFA portion. When we look at the marketplace, that was reflective of what alt as it presented, it seems like it's already taking it downwards and then reapplying it again. So I wouldn't be doing that, and that's the crutch of what the reduction is being asked for here today. So it's pretty highlighted in this particular property. I feel that there's really no other issue. The cap rates are the same, vacancy the same. It's just the reduction in rent off face value and then further reduction by this non-deferrable expenses. It highlights what we're doing here today.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond to that, and I'll be clear again. The charts, the rents that we've supplied are face rents. We're not in any way, I don't want the allegation sitting out there that we're double dipping, where some are trying to calculate an NER and then taking the 5%. We're not. I'm stating that absolutely we're not. There is the one comparison that Mr. Pohl has pointed out where we put on the face of it, the one comparison where there's a $9 credit on that lease, and we've been very upfront with that, but that credit will relate to a particular situation, but these rents, and I know the source of these rents, I know the source is the rent roll, which shows the face rents and not NERs, and that is the source of the rent comparable. So I suggest, in no uncertain terms, we're not double dipping. The 5% allowance is a separate question for the board to decide, but the allegation or suggestion that we're double dipping, no.
That concludes the matter?
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. You know, I think we're gonna take lunch now,
Yeah.
because you know it's 11:30. Let's shut it down for a bit.
What time did you wanna come back?
After one, maybe?
Huh?
Little after one?
No, a little after 12.
Oh, what time is it now? Sorry.
It's 11:38.
Oh, it's also, I thought it was.
So 12:15?
Yeah, 12:15.
Thank you.
Good.
call the meeting back to order. Next property on the agenda will be 251 Portage Avenue, correct?
Roll number is 1305216400 for 251 Portage Avenue. We have a 2020 assessment of $13,159,000. This property was built in 1915, but has an effective year built in 1965. Gross leasable floor area is 128,820 square feet, with a leasable area of 98,663. We also have a sale on this property for October 13, 2015. It's fairly recent for the reference date. The sale for this property was arm's length. The tenant occupied part of the property when it was purchased. There was also a reported vacancy in this property of 19% when it was purchased. So again, with the 10% or 90% vacancy, $10 million sale price. Being purchased by one of the tenants in the building. So getting on to the market comparables that we brought in on page 3. We brought in 50 comparables with a surmised areas totaling 323,930 square feet of inventory. Average rent is $12.15. The weighted average is $12.80. The median is 12, so it's a very tight range. Page number 4 is Cushman Lakefield's again Q1 report. They report $11.17 for an average weight for an OFC, an OFC in downtown Winnipeg. We have an average rent of $12.89 put on the property. So our model produced $12.80 weighted. Approaching the reference date, we have $12.89. So it's pretty much independently run from the comparables. We're within 9 cents of what our projected was. This property also has a degree vacancy reported on as I mentioned, reported on the I-need for a number of years approaching the reference date. We've increased the vacancies at 15%. We feel that 15% is reasonable. We go to the parameter. The parameter is on page 5. So potential gross income is $1,271,340. With that 15% vacancy, the effective gross income is $1,080,639. With our expenses at 2% and our shortfall at $850, our net operating income is $933,231, capped at 7.05%, gives us our capitalized value of $13,237,000. Sorry, $13,237,000. There's only one income stream on this property. Again, we go to page number 9, we'll show the property itself. It's on the corner of Portage and Gary. So on page 11 starts the I&E. As you can see, they did not fill out the I&E, but they did give us their information on an income statement. So the property is 29% vacant as it sits at the end of 2017. Your income summary statement is on the following pages. As you can see, leases that are in place. And you see on the back 2 pages of the brief, a stacking plan indicating what's vacant and what's month to month, what's leased up in the week. So, based on our adjustment for vacancy, we won't go above pretty much, I won't go above 15% unless there's something functionally obsolescent, there's something wrong with the property. At that point, it'll subtract and create a barrier to market where I would make an adjustment after it's past this point. I don't see any of that on record, I don't know if any of that exists. It doesn't seem to be indicated on our notes of such. We also are referencing a sale in 2015 where there was approximately 20% vacant, and it was still purchased for $10 million. So, based on our market analysis, we feel that the parameters we put in place account for the vacancy. Our market rent is in line with our review. 50 comparables, many of which are on Boardroom, and are performing at our weighted average of $12.80 respectively. So based on our analysis, I feel that $13,159,000 is appropriate to put on this property, all things being considered. And with that, I'm open to questions.
Okay. We've been doing this property for the new owners who are out of Toronto. We've never ever heard that they were tenants of this building when they bought it.
Our sales questionnaire. It's not in the brief, I'm the verbal information at this point. 31, which they filled out, was part of all of this property tenant occupied at the time of sale, yes. Circle.
Okay, because I talked to them and they've never had anything to do with it other than the purchase. So maybe they meant it was tenant occupied.
I can only go with the information that they report.
Okay, your rent that you use on page 3.
Yeah.
Can I, it'd be a lot easier, Mr. Chairman, if I could put my rebuttal in now, so I can
Sure.
go over it with you.
Thank you.
And basically, I can start at page 2. It's just some questions I have regarding some of the leases Mr. Pohl has used in this study. 1780 Wellington, that was built in 1989. And it's five-story building on the corner of King Edward and Wellington.
Yeah.
Do you realize that it has a 4-to-1 land-to-building ratio with
Yeah.
ample
it's a large
parking?
site, large site, yes.
And it's the highest rents in here that you
Correct.
put in your study?
Correct.
And you feel that's a fair comparison?
When you take the average of 50 comparables, and you see the tight average to the weighted average to the median, I'm reporting the entire marketplace. I'm reporting low rents too, I'm also bringing in $8 rents. So I don't feel it's inappropriate to bring in a higher rent.
But is it comparable to the subject?
As far as the building,
Yes.
I'm bringing in all OFC property.
I've just asked you a question, you can say yes or no, is it comparable to the subject property?
It's classed as an OFC, it's a newer OFC, and it's included in the study.
In your mind, is it comparable? It's a 1989 building.
And we have
It
an
has-
effective age on this property of,
Which means nothing, it's a historic
1965.
building, it was built in 1950, you can put whatever you want on there. Is it comparable, yes or no?
based on effective age, yes, it is comparable to the ratio.
You think somebody would pay $15 for that? They would rather be downtown in an old building with a gross rent with no parking available than pay
Sure.
for a nice newer space out there.
Let me rephrase this. I don't selectively single out any particular property. I review everything, and from the comparables, then I make a decision.
When we were talking about the other one, you said you throw out highs and lows, et
It's the
cetera.
same way we included 1661 Portage on Dana Portage. It's an OFB for the last study, we've included it, put it in relationship.
Well,
to
it's
the-
comparable though, it's an OFB, it's got the same
If you don't feel it's
amenities.
comparable based on the effective age analysis we have, then that's.
No, but, so you think it's comparable?
I do think it's comparable.
Okay, if the board could turn to page 4, there's a picture of the 1780 Wellington. Ample parking and visitor parking, staff and visitor parking. It has amenities there that you'll never get in the subject property. So that's why I'm saying it's not even close to being comparable and shouldn't even be included.
Do you realize that one comparable in 50 doesn't skew their analysis.
Do you know how many times it's in this study?
Yes, I realize that, Mr.
Several times, right?
Yeah.
So it could skew it.
When you see an independent outside source within $1.60 of our analysis, that's not skewed, that's within
What do you mean $1.60? This one rents from $15 to $16.
$11.17 is what the independent source from Cushman Wakefield is, right? Did we have anything to do with that?
No, and you don't know what's in it either.
You reference Cushman Wakefield, Altus has done it
I
religiously
just
for
asked
a
you a
number of
question.
years.
We asked you
so
in the previous appeal. Do you know what properties they've used in there?
They don't index it, no.
Do you know what they consider an OFC?
I don't see what their internal grading is, how they do it.
The second one I got on page 2 is 195 Fort. That's the 1979 Tier 1 data center building. If the board could turn to page 5. I'm sorry, that's the subject. Page
Sorry,
6.
why is there redacted information on your fees?
Because it's post-reference rental information. But the building structure itself, all this stuff's been there forever. It's a Tier 1 data center with special heating, special lighting, all security systems, and it has parking. And you feel that's comparable to the
Again,
subject?
we're taking all the OFCs and we're putting them in a populace.
Yeah, this is all the OFCs in the city of Winnipeg?
These are all the ones at least that we have on record.
OFCs, and this is all the leases.
Within the range that we have, we've narrowed it down. So if there's any $4, $6 range, we've excluded it. If there's anything higher than $15, $16, we would exclude it. And then we would take the analysis of what we have based on the effect pages that we have and deem what's appropriate.
The next one at 136 Market, that would be comparison. Oh, it's down here, number 32. That's a 15-year lease for $15.25. Are you aware that the owners had to put in $750,000 worth of TIs in order to get them to move there?
Are you including TIs again in your
No,
analysis?
I'm just asking you, are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. And again, you've got the Cushman Wakefield.
It's also in number 11.
It appears several times.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the only one that really sticks out is the 15. If you look at the ones at number 11, it's got a rent of $11.50. You look at 26, it's got a rent of $10.50. So there's so many in here that are considerably higher than even what Cushman Wakefield says, but they come up with an average of $12.80, and the assessor uses that. So that's on the basement space as well. Also, okay, comparison number 9, this is just verbal because I just found it out. $55 with 300. That one for $14. It's actually a semi-gross lease, and the actual net is $12.09.
Don't have that under record, but I can research it when we get back.
Oh, I looked at the rent roll. Like, so you also
So
said.
so are you providing evidence today that it's actually not, or are you just giving it
I'm
hearsay?
just giving it verbal. Not hearsay, it's verbal.
Well, it is hearsay because I don't have evidence, but having said that, I will go back and I will review it, and if it is indeed as a claim, I will remove it from the analysis, or I will reject it afterwards.
Okay, so based on your study of all these, no matter whether the rent is 16-something, whether the building is newer and has better parking, etc., you come up with an average of $12.80. Okay. You mentioned that your 1289 is a comparison with similar properties on Portage. Do you know which ones those are?
Sorry, I didn't catch.
You mentioned that your rents are similar to other properties on Portage Avenue.
Correct.
Which ones?
As far as the global rent study, like,
No, I mean the ones that you've used that would be comparable.
we have on Broadway for $12.50, we have on Broadway for $16, we have on St. Mary's, which is close to downtown, $12, we have on Portage Avenue, 570 Portage Avenue, again, $12. There's many in here that are in the $12 range.
What about the ones on Portage that are similar, that were built in the older ages, like 428 comparison number 37 and 38? That was built in 1928
Comparison number 37
and 38. It's on Portage, close to the subject, built in 1928,
Yeah.
or similar to the second, and it rents for $11.
It's also 350 square feet, and the other one's 1,320 square feet. So again, I'm
But
looking at,
it's-
I'm just reporting the face rent that's been reported as net. From this, you use your analysis and assess a judgment or appraiser judgment or tax agent judgment.
I have no other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Richard?
Did you visit the property, interior of the property?
No, I haven't, not on this property.
So you can't comment on the condition?
Just on what we have on file photos and what we have for the effective age analysis that we have on it.
Are you able to comment on?
I just said I have not been in the building other than pictures that we've seen, so I haven't been in the building and I've reviewed the effective age that we put on it.
But I haven't seen your photos, in any of the photos from inside the building, other than the two that have been presented. Can you comment on the condition of the building based on the photos you've seen of the interior of the property? It's a
Yeah, we have it,
1915 building.
we have it effective ages in 1975.
Yeah.
It's a bit older, dated. None of it is newer space, if you're see that. It's an older building. We have it, that's nearly 45 years.
Do you have any sense of what brought it to the 1975 effective date in terms of improvements that must have occurred?
As far as permit levels that we, permit to work that has been done to it, I didn't bring an analysis in for that, no.
You can't comment, of course, on HVAC, security, telecom, any of the sort of
No,
upgrades that
no,
would be.
this would have been done through the inspection process and have been adjusted for to get there. I couldn't go into the building and review every single every single permit, and walk through every single property in order to do a border revision level. That would be possible for any assessor to do that level of detail on each property.
But you haven't done it for this property?
No.
Okay.
It's not typical or commonplace for an assessor to do that. At a municipal board level, yes, but at a border revision level.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Turning to page 3, your rent comparables. I'm just going to focus in on 136 Market properties. There's several leases. And the 420 Portage property, again, there's 2 leases, I guess, for that one. Are these step-up leases?
Skip the dishes, I do not believe so. I believe that was a new lease. Skip the dishes also went on.
Which one are they in?
Skip the dishes is in Bill 28, 600. So they're occupying 15,000 square feet approximately.
Okay.
Which other comparable were you looking at?
Any of the ones, Market, 136 Market?
Naylor, Canada, I believe they've been a long-term tenant. Sorry, I'm just going through my list. Manitoba Tech Accelerator, which is comparable number 26. I believe they've been a long-term tenant as well. Of course, 128, which is a new lease to the building. Or sorry, 28, new lease to the building. I believe 32 is also another lease to the building. That's all of it.
So these, these leases are 3 years old right now.
Yeah.
So you're not aware if they're step-up leases or?
We don't, those step-ups could have been negotiated, if there is a step-up. We have no way of knowing whether they are negotiated at the initial start date of a 15-year lease and it's been calculated, or if those are renegotiated within the terms of the lease. We don't get receive the lease information, so for me to comment on, unless I know specifically, I can't say.
Okay, no, that's fair. Was it?
Sometimes we do get that information and it's shown, and we can go back over the number of I need and check. Other times it's new. Other times when it looks to be that way, an agent will claim that it's not, and it was negotiated at the reference period. So it's difficult to
Seeing as we're in the minor leagues here at the Board of Vision, could you tell me what other information the Muni Board might get that
That's
we
not
don't
the,
get?
that's not the implication of that at all, Mr. Chair. There is no way for me to go over this individual property or all our individual properties to the level of detail. We're doing a market evaluation, and that's what we do here. At the municipal board, we would be doing a site-specific evaluation. A good example is that over the summer, we did 333 Broadway, which is workers' compensation board. I spent 3 months on that property. Spent 3 months on that property to do detailed analysis, walk through all the permit work, all the renovation work that was done. We did the entire exterior shell. We did complete analysis, both rebuttal and market for over 500 pages. I can't do that level of detail for every single property that we see before us today on the docket or any other docket. We're simply going with what we have on file. We're reviewing it briefly. We're bringing in the information here to the panel. To imply that that's something that we could do, it would be beyond our scope of work for today and beyond what we can actually perform. So it's pretty common knowledge.
On at your presentation.
Okay, can I just have one follow-up question?
Sure.
Your rent comparisons, you have 136 Market at 1905. Are you aware that the variant age is 1975?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Which?
For 136 Market, you show the age is 1905. Are you aware there's a variant age on it of 1975?
I apologize, it should be 1975.
That's all my questions. If I could ask the board to turn to page 2 of my presentation. This is the old Paris building, located at 251 Portage. It's owned by 259 Portage Avenue Investments. Current assessment is $13,159,000. We're asking for $7,630,000. If I turn to page 3, citing property located on the northwest corner of the intersection of Portage Avenue and Gary Street. The property is best known as 11-story masonry wall office building. Subject is being assessed as a Class E downtown office tower. However, its age should move it to the Class B category. It was originally constructed in 1915, and the assessment department is assigned a variant age in 1975. I have been in this building. You saw pictures of the old part of 60 Osborne. Well, this one is a lot older looking than that. It's an older building. I talked to the owner regarding the condition of the building. He has numerous repairs that need to be done to the building, but unfortunately some of his tenants are government and they won't pay for any of these, so he's got to wait till he can try to lease some of the space up in order to have the money to fix it. The building consists of 11 stories plus basement. The plan area is 11,282 square feet, and the total gross floor area reported as 128,820. Subject improvement is situated on an 11,329 square foot parcel of land in the Zone M multiple use. The area is characterized by a mix of other office buildings, multi-residential buildings, and retail. Please skip page 4, that's from another brief. I'm not sure how it got in there. It's on this docket, but it's not supposed to be in there. If I could ask the board now to turn to page 7. Under sales history. There was one known sale of the subject property within 3 years before the valuation date, and any post-reference year sales have not been considered in accordance with Broadway Square. A sale with a reported sale price of $10 million and a registration date recorded as October 13, 2015 at the public property registry. However, the sale was part of a portfolio including 2 properties in different provinces. That's why I was unsure, as I've never heard that the people that purchased this property were actually tenants there, because it was part of a portfolio sale. Additionally, and as part of the sale, a $500,000 cash reimbursement related to capital expenditures reserve account. The sale is not considered reflective of market value of the subject property alone and has been disregarded. The rentable area, the assessor is using 98,663 square feet. We're using the rentable area on the lease on the rent roll of 91,071 square feet. We turn to page 8. The City of Winnipeg's department has applied an average April 1, 2018 net rent of $12.82 per square foot overall to a leasable area of 98,663 square feet. The subject property, the following leases were in place at the time. Now they're all gross leases. And what we've done is we've taken the gross leases and removed the expenses, and we've come up with a net rent of $11.52 for the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce. For the vacant space on the main floor, we used $12. Room 200, the net rent for Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce was $7.10. And Altered Minds, which was a newer lease, was $11.31, and we used that for the vacant space as well. And there's a Dr. Lorraine Dewell in there down the room 220, 240, and she had paid rent of $13.56. And then the Province was in there on floor 500, and they had a paid rent of $15.87. And Manitoba Trade had a paid rent on the 11th floor for $11.33. So based on using 12 on the main vacant, $11.31 for the rest, and netting out the gross rents on the tenants that are there, we came up with an overall rent of $11.70 based on 91,071 square feet. For vacancy, the assessor has applied a vacancy rate of 15% for the subject. However, we submit that the rate is much too low in this case since there were substantial and chronic vacancy issues associated with the subject. The actual vacancy since October 2016 is closer to 29%. Based on that, we're using 20% vacancy. I could ask the board to turn to page 22 and 23. On page 22, this was part of the income and expense questionnaire sent in to the city. The owners at that time for 2017 were reporting 29% vacancy. And if you turn to page 23, under the income statement, you'll see vacancy loss. If you go across, their actual vacancy loss in 2017 was $546,000. So it is substantial for the subject property, and we feel it should be 20%. For shortfall, the City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department suggests in its valuation of income producing properties model a shortfall rate of $850 for OFC buildings. The actual shortfall amount for the subject is $940. However, for the purpose of this report, we're going to use the assessor's rate of $850. Unrecoverables we won't discuss. Capitalization rate. For this purpose of this report, we are disputing the assessor's capitalization rate of 7.05%. The subject property was constructed in 1915, has chronic vacancy problems, and has heritage designation, no on-site parking, etc. Based on the associated risk attached to the property, we are using a capitalization rate of 8.5%.
You should still refer to your non-recoverable because it should be on the record.
Okay, for our non-recoverables, we're using the 7% of effective gross income.
Thank you.
If I could ask the board to turn to page 10. This is a summary of our workup. And the sale was mentioned at $10 million, but I'd like to also show on page 33 that for the last go-around, which was based on April 1st, 2016 market conditions, the assessment was reduced to $9,110,000, and to the best of my knowledge, I don't think that was ever appealed. That's my presentation.
Questions, Jeremy?
Sorry, a little distracted. First, I just want to make a general comment. We were at a hearing a couple weeks back, and you wondered out loud why we would even include the income statements in the briefs. You omitted many of them from your subject properties, and yet we see here one today. Why would you be taking that position in that hearing and then today including the income statements?
It wasn't selected.
Because it's negative?
No, I actually didn't notice that until I was getting ready for the hearing. It always showed the 29%.
I'm just confused because you were pretty adamant that we shouldn't even be looking at them, and yet.
Well, the reason I was saying that is because you kept trying to use the actual NOI as a reason to support your value.
No, I was
If you
showing
wanted
the
to do it on
contrast
this-
between the projection of our market NOI and how the performance of the buildings were, which were greater than our projected market NOI.
But you would want to use that same analysis on this one, right?
Pardon me?
You wouldn't want to use that same analysis on this one.
Where do we mark it?
Let's get back to questioning.
Are you aware of the order spending from 2006 assessment year and 2008 assessment year for 220 Portage Avenue, in which Altus wanted to use contract rent for 220 Portage? Challenged, was not successful at the municipal board, and then challenged it to the Court of Appeal, in which the Court of Appeals struck it down, and it went back and was heard 5 years later at the municipal board, in which they further supported the use of market rent and non-contract to determine market value.
I'm not aware of all the particulars with it.
Altus isn't aware of.
Well, I didn't say that, Jeremy. What I'm saying is, I personally, that was Dave Saunders that handled that case.
Mark Newman.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
It was a very large court of, there's only a few that go to the Court of Appeal that actually indicate that market rent is to be used in non-contract.
I agree if there's a
Determine
reason
market
to
value.
use market, and this one falls right in with your study.
Yeah,
It
I'm
falls in
just
with
kidding.
Market Street.
So, can you show me where you've actually done a market analysis? Do you have any market comparables?
No. I've used the actual leases
So,
in place.
so how did you determine the $12 for the vacant space? How did you determine the 1133?
1131 that I used was based on the netted out rent for altered mines, and there was one space that the government had at 1131 as well.
So you're using contract rent?
Well, for me, I figured it was market for that building.
Is there any actual functional obsolescence of the property? Is there anything that would create a barrier to marketplace moving into the property?
A barrier, I'm not sure.
Meaning, is there some kind of functional deviation to the actual spaces? There's something that tenants seem to walk in and say, this can't be leased, this is really non-leasable area?
According to the owner, it's a dog. You can't get people to rent it. There's no parking. It's an older building. It has older systems.
Lots of buildings are older, have no parking.
You asked me a question, I'm giving you the reasons.
But there's no actual, has there ever been a, typically you're reporting one of your expenses as advertising and leasing commissions, so for those professional fees, has anyone come into those spaces that are vacant for some time and said, just can't lease these aren't leasable?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, it's professionally managed by the court. I mean, they're doing everything they have to do in this building to try to get it leased up.
Where is the deviation between the 91,000 for leasable area versus our 98,000?
The basement. I've added for storage income, which is the basement is used for. There's no office space, et cetera, down there. It's all basically furnace room and storage and
So you remove the basement area?
I'm going on the lease, and then I added the income back for I would have used the basement area and then added that area for vacancy, and then a shortfall of $850. I'm basically removing it anyway.
So basically in the basement, you remove the leasable area even though it's in use as storage?
But I've included the storage income, so the income is in there.
So to determine market value, as we're supposed to, we use market rents. All this has, in particular in the past, reviewed market rents. You've included them in your past appeal, but you haven't used any market rents in this appeal.
I felt it was market. And actually, Mr. Paul, if I look at the comparisons that I feel are comparable on your list, the 11 something does fit in.
But we've done an actual market analysis of
I don't think you
comparables.
have, not when you include Wellington and Fort.
You may disagree with the comparables, but we actually provided market rents.
No, I don't think
Let's
so.
get back to the questioning, shall we?
You did not research the sale, obviously, 10 million.
We did research it, that's when we found out that there was a $500,000 payback to the owners.
But the sales question are filled out and sworn as accurate and true.
I don't have a copy of it, so I don't know.
Okay, so there may be some differentiating issues with the actual reporting of the
We
sales.
got this from the owner.
That was all the questions I had.
Richard?
Just for clarification, I'm looking at your page 8, and I can't see anything relative to floors 6, 9, or 10 in your chart. Have I missed something here?
Oh, see number 11 where it's got 34,000?
That's inclusive of
Yeah.
6, 9, and 10?
Yeah.
10. Thank you very much. And, 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. Thank you very much. And 6, 9, and 10. T You mentioned numerous repairs required. The owner has mentioned that. Do you know if they have taken out any permits, or are they professional?
That I don't know.
I don't know that. Okay. Thank you.
Brent?
Just one question relating to this sale. And I'll go to your page 7. The sale was reported sale price of 10 million. Now, in a registration date being recorded as October 15th, 2015 by the property registry. Now, this is in Manitoba, so there would have been a sworn value of the 10 million on the land transfer document, correct?
Yes.
And wherever these properties, other properties reside, has no bearing on that registration.
Would they well, a lot of this for tax purposes.
But
When you buy a portfolio, you're gonna put the numbers where they do the best for your bottom line.
So then, this is part of that total portfolio,
That 10 million is part of the total portfolio.
but it applies to this property.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Your square footage is your number, that's the number you used at the last appeal, 91,071. The city's always using that 98,663.
Yes.
Is that the basement area that is missing on the,
It
on
pretty
that
well
number?
works out to the basement, yes.
And so how much was the city charging on rent for the basement then?
Well, it's $12.89 a square foot.
The city had it $12.89 for
Well,
storage.
it's overall for $12.89, so I'm not sure which part of theirs is basement.
I thought they broke it down.
Well, it's got premises here, but I'm not sure which one is basement.
It's the top, on page 5, I assume it's the top one.
Storage, 576.
But then there's also storage farther down of 4493.
Yeah, that would be it, the storage fencing lower rate. So, about, leave that, 46.
So they both, those two together would be the total.
About 80,530 square feet approximately.
So that's the basement, those two together.
Yeah.
And what did you say the revenue was?
That would be on my page. Page 10, it was 10,800. And we put this in, we added this after the deductions for vacancy and non-recoverables.
The city's got it at about 48,000 $.
It would be, theirs would be like 48,000, but then you'd have to take their 15% off of it, and then that would be included in the area for the shortfall. So there would be 15% of that area times 850 as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if it would net out to 1080 or higher, I don't know.
I'm good. Everybody else good? Summations? Anybody?
Can I have a follow-up question before you submit it?
Sure.
Can you please turn to your page 23?
Okay.
Top line, 5010 rent revenue, rental revenue, 1.885, then you subtract your vacancy loss. Right?
Right.
Can you please turn to your page 26? Your base rent, which would be net rent, monthly, 111,726 times 12, since we're getting into the months. Seems the collective rent with the vacancy is 140,000. Sorry, let's see. Is 1.3 million 400.
which is close to what we're representing before we take off the vacancy, right?
That's gross rent, though.
That's what?
Gross rent.
You said net.
Yeah, sorry, but can we get back to the INEs? So when we see down here, we see net lease under the areas. If we look at the column on page 26, seeing that these aren't reported as net.
No, we'll go to the second one, altered lines there, just 2150, and there's, the only expense they have is, well, they don't have an expense, it's 2150, then it's 2364. There's no individual.
Two of those spaces appear to be possibly semi-gross or gross, but the rest of them show multiple costs. So the majority of the building looks to be net.
No, I don't think so.
For the panel for review.
But they're all listed as net on here.
I know it all says that, but they're not, it's not net, Mr. Chairman. If you want to look at their actual net operating income, you'll be able to tell.
And which page is that on?
Page 25. The total net is 504,000. And that's prior to amortization, et cetera.
So you're relying heavily, in this particular case, of a lower perceived NOI reported in
No, I'm
other
not.
fields when I'm looking at the same income statements submitted by owners and they're higher, projected higher. And they're higher than our projections. We're to disregard them.
I wasn't, depending
Why
on,
wouldn't we disregard it now and go back to market?
I'm not disregarding it. It was a question asked by Mr. Lorendo. I didn't use 540. You should just try to.
No, but I just wanted to do that for try and figure out if it's net lease or gross lease, because you're saying it's not net lease.
No, it's a 1950 building. It doesn't even have its own metered or anything. It's all gross rents. That I know for sure.
Okay, did you say you wanted this summation? Is that what you said?
No, I think it's
You're good?
Not good.
Good. So am I.
You need a submittal for us.
You can just give her the file
I'll
after.
Sure.
Just file them all up
Why don't
again.
you not-
Or just pass them all over if you don't need them. Here,
I know you already have a copy, so
I
that's
need
just for
4
the
copies.
secretary.
pass all 4 over right away.
I only have one for each individual appeal we have.
Yeah, for each
Yeah.
one.
So 4 in total.
Yeah.
There was a mix-up last hearing, so I want to make sure.
No, you got, no, that's for you. This
This
is-
is your document, yeah?
Oh, sorry.
That's all this is.
That's all. Did I do the wrong one? It looks so similar.
It was close. Both say the same, don't they? Okay, so that one's done. Next one will be $400. Why does that one ring a bell? When you're ready, Jeremy.
Okay, poll number 1305-2371500 Ellis Avenue. Assessment is for $12,670,000. Property was built in 1992. It has a gross floor area of 94,987 square feet with a leasable area of 91,782 square feet. There are no recent sales of the property. They filled up their ID. I'll get to that in a moment. the OFB rent comparables, similar to what we've already reviewed today. So that's on page 3 and 4. For the 73 comparables and 457,000 square feet of space, for OFB, we have an average rental rate of $15.03. Weighted average of $14.61 and a median of 14. And again, for the downtown CBA, we have Cushman Wakefield's report at $15.31. So on page 5 is our workup. There's 782 square feet, which we applied an average rental rate of $13.17 a square foot to give us a PGI of $1,208,468. There has been some increase in vacancy, so we have increased the vacancy from our standard parameter to 15%. Again, expenses at 2%, shortfall at our standard parameter of $11, produces a net operating income of $855,214, capped at 6 3/4, gives us our $12,607,000 assessment. If you turn to page 9, shows the photos of the property. On page 10, shows our last certificate of agreement between us and Altus. And that was a reduction for the 2014 appeal, which is based on April 1st, 2012 assessment date, to, from $14.94 down to $12.50. So again, we have a reference date a few cycles ago at $12.50 agreed upon, and we have.
Which page are you on?
On page 11. Okay. And we have $13.17 now, so so we have a difference of rate of 67 cents over a span of 6 years from reference point to reference point. Well within range. Back then agreed upon and inclusive of today for the comparables. On page 12 is the listing that was done in 2016 and 15, the same listing that's been done twice over. Their asking rent is $16. This additional rent of $13 estimated to be. On page number 13 is the IME. This property was and used to be fully occupied by IBM. They reduced space, and at this point, they're only occupied approximately 14,000 square feet, 14,315 square feet. There was a newer lease in place from the province, which was $16.25 a square foot without the semi gross. So we use our market approach. Our market rent that we put on is very close in line with what was already agreed upon with Altus for the 2014 assessment. Certified at the municipal board, $12.50. We're using the 67 cents increase to that. So the rent comparables are reasonable. The rent range is reasonable. We've increased the vacancy to account.
I'm sorry, can you go ask them to tone it down? I can't hear a thing.
Between the jackhammer and that.
Yeah, between the jackhammer and the room next door? I already pulled the jackhammer and moved down the street.
What?
I told the jackhammer, move down the street for an hour.
We feel it's reasonable. The building is going through a bit of vacancy as we speak, at the approaching the reference date, but we've accounted for that with increased vacancies. So.
Questions?
2014, you show the certificate of agreement at the municipal board.
Yeah.
The vacancy was 8%, so the building was doing better then?
Correct.
So in 12, it was probably occupied?
Yeah. Like I said, there was increased vacancy as IBM moved out.
Okay. And that the lease information brochure you got here asking $16.
Yeah.
That's all the questions I have. Well, I guess I have one rebuttal, sorry.
Go for your rebuttal now.
It's not really a rebuttal, it's just, I just wanted to show that,
The rents.
well, no, that, I mean, Mr. Poole shows a certificate of agreement that we agreed to $11,281,000 based on April of 12. I just wanted to show that for last year, based on April of 16, the value was reduced considerably lower than what it was in 14. So the building's got a history of just
I don't know where you are.
going downhill. Okay, if I could just say through my brief now.
1 second, I'm gonna ask some questions yet.
Okay, sorry.
Grant?
No questions.
Richard?
No, I'm fine.
I had one question, now what was it? Oh, any other comparables here that are call centers?
Don't believe so. One second here. No, I don't believe so. I'm just running through the rent. No.
Okay, let's see what you present on. You're up.
Okay, second page, just a picture of the building, used to be the IBM, used to occupy the space, it's at the corner of Webb and Ellis Avenue. Page 3, I got a description. It's best described as a 3-story masonry wall office building located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Ellis and Kennedy. Property was originally built in 1992, has a plan area is approximately 31,835, and a gross upper and gross floor area of approximately 94,987 square feet. There is no basement. Main floor consists of a reception security area off the front entrance on Ellis and is developed and used primarily as data rooms and parts storage. There is minimal office finish or space on the main floor. Second and third floors are developed primarily with undemised open areas with cubicles. There are no demised offices along the exterior perimeter as typically found in this type of space. There is also meeting rooms of various sizes in the interior space as well as a staff lunchroom. Interior finish is unremarkable and typical of standard office space and is considered suitable for general office use. Flooring generally includes a mix of carpeting and vinyl flooring. The ceiling finish is T-bar system with acoustic tiles and recessed fluorescent lighting. Heating and cooling are provided by roof-mounted HVAC system. Building is serviced internally by 2 passenger elevators as well as a single secured elevator on the south of the building near the skywalk leading to the Place Promenade Parquet. The structure is also connected via skywalk through Place Promenade to Porter's Place to the south. Subject site is irregular in shape with a total site size according to the Winnipeg property taxation records of approximately 34,688 square feet and is zoned M multiple use. Ask the board to turn to page 6. Under the market income, I looked at other similar type Bs of this age and floor plate, and I agree that the 1317 is within the parameters, and that's what we are using for our valuation. For vacancy, the assessor has applied a vacancy rate of 15% with the subject. However, we submit that this rate is much too low in this case, since there were substantial and chronic vacancies associated with this property. Actual vacancy was 85% for the years 13, 14, 15, 16, and part of 17. From 2013 until June 1st, 2017, IBM was the only occupant with 14,315 square feet on the main floor. On June 1st, 2017, the province of Manitoba leased 28,754 square feet on the second floor. However, IBM vacated their space on the main floor at the end of January 2018. As of the reference date, the subject property was 67% vacant. Should also be noted that the province of Manitoba rent is semi-gross, and they only pay $5.67 per square foot for operating costs. Based on the substantial and chronic vacancy issues affecting the subject, we will be applying a vacancy allowance of 25%. Shortfall, we're using the City of Winnipeg's parameters, $11 for Class B. For non-recoverable, we're using a non-recoverable expense allowance of 7%. For capitalization, for the purpose of this report, we are disputing the assessor's capitalization rate of 6.75. While we are suggesting a vacancy rate of 25%, the property has been over 60% vacant since 2013, and we feel that the risk of this property is high and suggest a cap rate of 7.5%. On page 8, it shows our workup with a 25% vacancy, 7% non-recoverable, and a 7.5 capitalization rate for a value of $7,831,000 rounded. Now, at one point in one of the previous properties, Mr. Poole mentioned about, to him, 15% is a good vacancy rate, should go higher. If I could ask, I've got a couple of municipal board orders here that show where chronic vacancy can come up with a higher vacancy rate. On page 26, this is a property on Madison, Fairweather property zone, and I got highlighted here. However, Mr. Nozick said that the subject's vacancy data.
Sorry, which page do you want?
26.
26.
Mr. Nozick said that the subject's vacancy data for 2003 showed that the average vacancy in that year was 25.4%, and that as of December 31st, 2003, it was 24.03%. Vacancy rate over the 3-year period was 14.4. So on page 27, it says, based on the hearing on the Madison Avenue property, also owned by Fairweather, that a vacancy rate has to be site-specific. Alternatively, in board order number A98448, the board said that where there is an unusual and chronic vacancy, the best way to deal with it is in the capitalization rate. In that case, the board applied a 25% vacancy rate and determined that the capitalization rate should be increased by 1% from the market rate to reflect the chronic vacancy. So, and then we go to page 29. This is our property on Keniston. It says a major issue between the parties in regard to 1765 Keniston Boulevard is how to treat the property's vacancy and bad debt. And then highlighted again, the appellant's evidence indicated that there was a 25.41 vacancy 2003 and a 3-year average 2000-2003 vacancy of 14.4. The board is of the view that a 3-year average is a better measure than a 1-year figure, which could be an anomaly. Therefore, the board will use a vacancy rate of 15% in its calculation of the subject's value in recognition of its rental problems. The board is also of the view that the subject's experience with non-payment or partial payment by tenants is a negative factor and that a potential purchaser would take into consideration. The board feels that a 13% cap rate appropriately reflects the added risk to the investor. So I don't think the 25%, the property has been over 60% vacant since 2013. I think 25% is warranted and a bump in the cap rate, so I'm asking for a value of $7,831,000. Now over to questions.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Bear with me here, I'm just reading through this. I guess the first part would be, we have no issue with rent, correct?
Right.
Guide me through this a little bit. Under page 3. This has been in place for some time. It says, I'm assuming you didn't draft it for just this appeal.
Right.
It's been a number of years that reviewed this. The interior finish is unremarkable, typical standard office space, and is considered suitable for general office use. Standard finishing is indicated below that. The building is well serviced with 2 passenger elevators as well as a secure elevator. And the building's connected to Portage Place via skywalk. What is, again, getting back to the functional obsolescence of the property, what is creating a barrier for market to come in? You see that market is being asked at $16 net to come into this property, so it's at the high end of the OP range. What is preventing this property from being stuff? Have you seen any advertising? Have you talked to?
Yes, it's even included in your presentation.
Yeah, I know, but have you actually talked to the owner? Have you seen what the marketing is? What is preventing this property from being leased up if it is at average?
I
They're
think
asking
it's
a
could
higher
be.
rent.
It could be the location, attached to Portage Place. It's not the greatest building to be attached to. You're on Ellis and Kennedy, you're not on the main
You
Portage
have
Drive.
multiple parking in that building.
But you have no parking in the building,
No, you have multiple parking at Portage Place.
but the
Or
building
without
itself
stalls.
doesn't have any.
No, but your tenancy of the property could get parking there or at a number of other parking is attached to the skywalk, there's multiple. So there is a draw from that. If I'm seeing this property being chronically vacant, shouldn't we be seeing, as we've seen in other advertising, asking rate declining over the years of the vacancy to try and get someone in, and I don't see that. So,
Have you looked at other,
I've searched this property, I haven't seen any other advertising than that.
it's a nice building.
It's a
They're trying
nice
to get-
building, high rental rate attached to Portage Place Skywalk, parking issues, or no parking issues there. is my
There is
opinion.
parking, there is no parking on site.
On site, no, but there's lots of OFBs don't have parking where they have to go. Doesn't prevent tenancies from coming in. So my question, getting back to it, is if you're gauging this as being unremarkable and typical standard office space and is suitable for general office use, what's the barrier that's keeping office general use coming into it?
You know, it's managed by Shelter and has been for as long as it's been built.
The province went in, right, in 17?
The province went in 17 with semi-gross lease.
Did they have any issues moving in? Were there any restrictions? Was there any demands when that tenancy moved in place?
I don't know.
So they just moved in as is, because it's typical office space,
I couldn't find any permits on it. I don't know if you looked.
so.
Mr. Paul, it's been vacant, had this problem since 2012, 2013. They've had colliers trying to rent it themselves. They have their own website where they try to rent it.
Yeah, but we don't see multiple listings where you can see the rents starting to come down, where they're starting to
We
try
haven't
and get
presented
rented.
any. I haven't presented any, and neither have you.
I said I searched, I couldn't find any.
Well, what do you want me to tell you? It's vacant. It has been. They're trying to rent it out. They don't like taking a loss every year.
Fair enough.
I don't have a magic solution as to why they can't rent this building out.
Well, and that was kind of getting back to it. If it is typical of the marketplace, you would expect that it would have typical vacancy. If you're asking a very high rent, or at the high end of the rent range, why would you be asking at the high end of the rent range if you're trying to get tenancy into the property?
I'm not sure. I'm not the owners. But I mean, the previous building, they were asking $21 gross, and they're having vacancy problems.
I don't really take that as a reason. You're effectively the owner, you're the state through agency, and I'm asking you what's creating a barrier to getting into your property when you don't,
Mr. Cole, your office has considerable amount of data.
And that's the only advertising that I found for a building that's predominantly been vacant leading up to the reference date.
Well, I think you gotta look a little harder. If you go on the Shelter site, you'll see it there.
Why didn't you include it?
Okay, argument's over on that. Question for you, Brent?
No questions.
Richard?
Nope.
Chronic. And I know the board, different boards have done different things, but when justifying increasing a cap rate and increasing a vacancy, does that not run into a problem when they have to appeal their business tax? Because doesn't the business tax take into account the actual rental value?
No, it's supposed to be based on the market rent that the assessor puts on it,
But the market rent,
or whatever the board decides.
yeah. But if the board's not adjusting rents, or if the city's not adjusting rents, if they're just adjusting cap rates and vacancy, the rents stay the same, what happens with the business tax? They use those rates.
They use the $13. Yes. Well, I have no qualms with the $13 rent. But if that's just somebody that's a tenant, that's the only thing they would, but if somebody wanted to buy this building, they're looking at it, it's over 60% vacant. There's a risk there.
And the owner is North Portage.
I don't think so. I think it's Shelter. It's a number.
Is it a number?
Oh, North Portage. Okay, North Portage has got, they probably leased the land from North Portage. But Shelter's the one that's.
So it's on leased land then?
I think all that, the parkade and all that is on.
It was built for IBM.
Mm-hmm. as a call center.
Yeah. And that's primarily when I'm reading and from what we have on file, it's just general office space. It's nothing, it's nice, it's a nice looking building from the street, but as far as leasable space, it's average for the marketplace, and we see a large vacancy, which really has no explanation, no real advertising, high rent for the one advertising we've been able to find. Is there something functional obsolescence?
Have both of you been through the building, or either?
No,
We
I've
have pretty
seen
good
pictures.
pictures on it, so.
But you haven't been through the actual building?
I haven't been, but Brad from our office went through it, last go around, I think it was. No, I haven't been through it. It's, even if you read the listing, it just says typical office space. I mean, we got 400 St. Mary that we had here a few weeks ago.
Different property altogether.
I know, but again, it's got 30 to 40% vacancy, and
Still a better location.
better location, but it's not, you can't say it's just because the people aren't trying to rent it out, just because you can't find a listing.
I wouldn't phrase it like that.
But it's not up to us to judge why it can't be rented out.
No?
Well, absolutely,
Well,
if there's something
well,
functionally obsolescent about it, if there's something creating a barrier, which is why I can get into the case level.
But I'm not getting that from either of you, that there's something that's
Which
big,
is one
other
big-
than you said it's in the wrong area.
Well, I don't.
And I know we don't like talking about the wrong area, but
And where it's attached to and everything else, but, I mean, at the same time, if you have the market, you know it's vacant, how do you increase the assessment from 9 to 13?
Let me back it up for how I vacancy is. You're looking at a horizon for an investment vehicle for anyway, right? You're coming up and you're seeing, if you're seeing something that prevents market rent, prevents market occupancy coming into a property, you're gonna adjust for that in your future revenue, because we can't go into discounted cash flow. We're using all the information we have coming up to the reference point, and we're capitalizing that going into the future. So, if you see a barrier to market, you're gonna adjust for that. But if you see, even if a building was 100% vacant for 2 years sitting there, you would not assume 100% vacancy and put zero value on the building. You would sit there and go, well, it's gonna take some time to absorb. Well, no, we're not gonna sit there vacant for as long as the period is gonna be. But if you can sit there and go, well, some space in this building is functionally obsolete, I'm probably not gonna be able to lease that. You make an adjustment for that with chronic vacancy. That would be there in the horizon in the future, unless you adjust for it. So when you're.
and the community board has agreed to that.
I can provide an order if you want to read, if you want, but at this point, I think it's just better to talk to it. So when I'm sitting there and it's advertised at $16, that's on the high end of the range. And when it's reported from the agent as it's typical for OFBs, and we've seen pictures of it on the interior, it is, and we see the province moving into it, what is the barrier that we see? I don't see a barrier. I can't come back to why we would give a chronic vacancy of 25%, which is the highest vacancy we have, which would indicate that that would be plateauing into the future as far as you want to take the horizon to. I can't see that. So all things being considered, I think the 15% vacancy, which is at the highest range that I would put on to deal with a blip in vacancy, because once you get past that point, what you're saying is this building, there's something wrong with this building which prevents market from coming into it, which will eat into your income stream, which will prevent you from investing anything into the building to recover anything, fix anything, and you're really gonna have a building that really shouldn't be having, questionably whether you should be valuing on that existing income stream, or really should be looking at a redevelopment of the property, which would be a totally different analysis to come up with a market value.
I guess my follow-up to that is, this is owned or managed by a shelter. It has thousands of square feet, if not millions, of rental space in the city of Winnipeg. This is their business. Colliers is a leasing agent. This is their business. A lot of times they're the ones that set the rent. I know Mr. Poole has his own opinion, but those people aren't sitting there letting that building vacant because they want it to be vacant. Their lease to the province is $16.26 a square foot, semi-gross. So they're getting $11 out of that. So they will take a lower rent if somebody's willing to take the space. So I don't know.
But just a follow-up question, but for sure you know that IBM is no longer paying rent on those spaces.
Yeah, the lease ended on 31st
So
of January.
there's no active sublease going in or trying to get, it's actual, no rent being collected, it's free
You
to
saw
market.
you put in their financials.
But now, if we've got actual rents in there of $11, why are we not talking about that? I know we're supposed to be creating a model, But rather than dumping on vacancy, why are we going to the actual rents?
This gets back to my question of whether there's any barrier for the province to go in, did they just move in? Good example of that is 444 St. Mary's, where you had Great West Light come in at $8. We're dealing with this at the municipal board now, where they came in at $8, where the rest of the building, their prime rent from Morcar is $13, their expected rent. Well, Great West came in and put nearly $3 million into the spaces to renovate it to their suit. Then you see the rent climbing back to market. They soaked up the old Central Gas space. Now, is that market rent at $8, 40-something% below what the actual rest of the building is performing at? No. Is there something similar here where the province came in and there was something that had to be done, or whatever the case may be, where they're just getting a token bit of free rent, they start the lease off to start out with lease maybe 15, 20 years into the future. You get that. That would be a tenant inducement, free rent or uncollected rent. That would take away from market. That's why we shouldn't be looking at one single rent. We should be looking at what the overall market is. We're here to determine market value to market rent, and that's getting exactly back to 220 Portage, which got onto this, where we cannot take single point lease in place. We gotta take what the market's paying.
Mr. Chairman, you can make all the assumptions you want. The property is vacant, it's got one tenant in it right now that's paying a semi-gross lease of $16.26.
And that's the province.
And that's the province.
So the real rent, but the net on that would be,
Somewhere around between
$11.
$10.75 to $11, $10.75 to $11.
I worked it out about $11.
Yeah, and so whether you can ask 16, you can ask 100, but I mean, the reality is, they're not getting.
but that's the only tenant in the whole building now.
That's the only one.
And how would it know that they didn't take some free rent off the top to start their lease out that we would see on a 90 sheet that would be showing in a
Province
lease?
doesn't even take it.
I'm not saying for any particular, I'm saying any particular.
I know, but we're talking, the $11 is the only place it's leased out in. The problem I have with this type of adjustment, and I know others don't, is when we start adjusting cap rates and vacancies for chronic vacancy. I've always thought that you're further ahead to adjust the rents down to the actuals and go to the minimal number on your vacant.
My particular point of view is anything over 15%, there better be a reason to create a barrier to market, and if that's the case, we can make adjustments for that into the future kind of thing. But if it's just a simple flip of a head tenant leaving and it takes some time to reabsorb and you're gonna have some tenant inducements to get your tenancy up and in, okay, you can see that, but you usually see that through multiple advertisements, but you don't see it here.
But how long have
And
the other
this is-
one's been vacant?
Since 12.
Since 12.
12,
Yeah, so
13.
they've been vacant since 12. Is that not chronic? I mean, 12 to now, if that's not chronic, I don't know what is. But I still don't like going to a high vacancy. If we're getting actual rents closer to the $11, why are we not going down to an actual rent and making
The vacancy at market at 9?
9 or
Or
15?
about 11%, I should say.
Yeah, 11 or, even the 15 would still make sense if you're running that high a vacancy, but. Help me, gentlemen.
I did a Class A not that long ago, you might have been on
Yeah.
the thing, where they were asking 16, and then we had an advertisement saying reduce to 15, and leasing costs were $1 a square foot. So they were getting 14. So you can ask, but you're not always gonna get it.
I just,
And
when
the
I,
shelter's been advertised.
it's just when I see a chronic problem like this, I say, what do we have to do?
A good example of that is 433 Main Street. We just had it last cycle where Rod was asking for it to be reduced from a B to C. We adjusted for it for vacancy, we adjusted to the rent as well. Because they were advertising at 14 at one point, and they were coming down to 11 and 10. And the vacancy for that space, for those floors, simply wasn't being absorbed. So we're making an adjustment, we're following we're making an adjustment out of what we see. In this case here, I only see one listed, and it's at $16, which is a nine-sided net, which leads me back to going, I don't want to see more over the number of years. Why, after search, then nothing's coming up? Is there a barrier here? Is there some kind of functional obsolescence preventing it? And all I see from the pictures and from the pages as well indicating it's typical average space. Well, typical average space, we put the typical average vacancy and model rents on.
So if the building has
Yeah,
a
but
barrier.
they're not gonna, you're not gonna advertise it as a rundown shack, come and rent it, right? you're
Give
gonna
us
say,
$12 because we're
I
desperate.
mean, is somebody really gonna advertise their place as, it's a fixer-upper?
I don't think we're seeing a really low grade or feed up, if that's the argument I'm interpreting from.
No, it's not
Just see it
necessarily.
as there's an issue with gaining tendencies, which I'm wondering, since the owner's here through effective agency, what's the issue that your business will answer that?
When you're putting on the assessment and a reassessment, do you not look at the previous number?
We do not start by preparing assessments to derive an assessment.
When I was in the assessment department and we went to mass appraisal, Mr. McIntyre might be able to agree with me, you ran all your numbers, and then you did this percentile that you do for your cap rates, and then you look for outliers. So this one went up from 9 million to 13 million, which is a pretty hefty increase, a lot more than normal. Would not somebody look at that and say, well, it was down at 9 last time because of the vacancy problem, but we'll put it in at 15 anyway?
If we see a functional obsolescence, the causing vacancy, we would put that in and we would continue that forward. But we don't see that here.
How do you mean you don't see it? They're not renting it.
But you're trying to bring it down from that 9, well, from the 13 all the way down to 78,
Yeah.
7.8.
It hasn't gotten better.
Because of the chronic, you're saying,
Yeah. It's getting worse. Even the 2014 that you signed last year was lower, and I want lower again. The building's not getting any better. You have one tenant that's not even paying all the expenses, and that's it.
oh, you guys make our job fun. I'm done, gentlemen.
Okay.
We'll,
Oh, you already, yeah, great stuff.
we'll hash that one. She got all the sheets she needs to.
What's next? 3,
3, 4, 8, Donald. Oh, God.
It's a pretty good mix, Mr. Ward.
That's not gonna help you.
No, he's not gonna do it. I wonder where my daughter gets it from. When you are ready, sir, I think you guys want a break.
No, I'm good.
You good? Okay, let's go. After this, we're gonna take a break. We're going after that. 400 Ellis.
No, $348.
The other one was 400 Ellis, right?
Yep.
Where we have some, this paper together. $348, read it up.
Roll number is 130528050000. Roll assessment for the 2020 year is $13,006,000. We have an actual year built of 1910 and an effective year built of 1995. We have a gross floor area of 96,000 square feet approximately, and a leasable area of approximately 84,000 square feet. As we see, it's an OFC. We've already talked about the comparables at length. We have an average of $12.13, $12.80 for weighted average, and median of 12. As we already spoke with, the Cushman Brookfield report is $11.17 for OFCs for downtown Winnipeg. We have an overall rent applied to the property of $13.41. That produces a potential income of $1,131,243. We have a vacancy at 10.5%. Standard parameter for that. Market vacancy, I should say. Expenses at 2%, shortfall at 8%, which produces a net operating income of $960,905. Overall capitalization rate is 7.05%, which produces our $13,006,000 assessment. If we turn to page 9, photograph of the property, it's on Donald and Ellis. And on page 10, it's just another aerial photo of the property. They filled out their income and expense report. As you can see, they put on the incomes as such, $1,188,000.
which is very close to our projected. As you can see, they got a bit of storage income. They are having recoveries. And after you net out what their actual expenses are back to the net operating income, they report net operating income of basically 99,000, which is just a little over our value at 916,000. So their actual performance of the property is a little bit above our projected NOIs. You can see the average vacancy in the property is 0. They have 2 tenants in the property. The 2 tenants are on the next page. So they are reporting a semi-gross lease. When you actually apply the numbers that they do, the net operating income is basically outperforming our model parameters by a little bit. So overall, the market parameters, I'm still saying take 10.5% vacancy. I'm still saying take the upper end of OFC variables, and we're producing a value of $13 million. So. That being said, I'm open to questions.
Questions?
Page 3, we've already went over your comparables, but you have an average of 12.13, weighted average of 12.80, and a median of $12 based on your study.
Right.
And Cushman Wakefield on page 4 has 11.17 based on their thing, and you're using 13.43 on part of it and 14.70 on another part.
Correct.
Where does that come from?
That's straight from our model. When I looked at the property, I didn't see any need to adjust. There is a range to market. It's at the upper end of the OSC range. And when I look at the actual performance of the property in contrast to what we produced, second year, their NOI is 20% greater than what we're actually projected.
So we're using actual NOI on this one?
No, I'm using model.
So,
If I was
okay,
using
so your
actual,
model
if
takes,
I was using actual NOI, I'd go straight to the NOI.
so your,
Cap that.
so your study is, you justified that's how your rent was on the last one, which was 12 something. This one you're suggesting it should be 13.41 overall, even though your study and Cushman Wakefield's study shows that your rent is excessive.
I wouldn't say my rent is excessive. There is a range, and some buildings perform better than others, and this is one that performs better.
Now, yours is a couple dollars higher than Cushman Wakefield, roughly $1.50 from your medium on yours. Okay, I have no other questions.
Richard?
Do you know if this is a building that was just modified or remodeled a couple of years ago on the corner? Did you have any access to permits?
No, I did not look at the permits. We just took the effective age.
Yeah, that's, there was an extensive renovation done, what appeared to be an extensive renovation.
Right. The other property on Donald.
No, this was the old Canada building.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was renovated in 2013. First
Yeah,
tenants moved back in. Yeah.
5 or 6 years.
Yeah, okay.
It's a few years, yeah. Okay, no, that's all I need to know.
Sorry, I thought you were thinking there's another building downtown.
Right.
If you turn to page 11, the tenant, or the owners reported a leasing area, leasable area of 90,583, yet you're showing 84,379.
We have on file, that's what the 84,000 was. I'm reviewing it on me. I didn't make it.
So you didn't inspect there? Okay.
Leasable areas do change in a building. Usually that happens when it gets escalated in a large tower where you have large spaces and small spaces and you get reconfigured, and by the time we
get to the INE, what's actually changed, there's always a variance for larger buildings with multiple CRUs, but for smaller buildings, they typically don't. What they're showing now, we're still going with what the 84,000.
But on the tenant verification form, and I haven't added it up, but if you added up the lease area for the 3 tenants, that's where they're getting the 90,583 from.
They may have increased their leasable area. What I'm getting back at is, you know, we're doing a market approach based on what we have on file. We had 84,000. When we actually look at what they're netting out at, taking back to what we have on file. We're at just a little over 13.
Over what?
Over 1302.
1302. Is that the difference between what?
If you take the 84,379. At the end of the day, the generated money for site specific is there, but we're taking a model approach based on a model parameters.
Okay.
Well, what's the 88,000 from the 32? What's that for?
Sorry, the 84,000.
88,500
Where are you seeing that?
on your page 11, under others. It's not a grant, it's an income.
Oh, that's the
Storage.
heritage credit.
I know, but why doesn't it show up under the grant?
I think this is a credit from, if you don't mind me.
Oh, it's the heritage credit.
Tax, yes.
It's the tax credit they
Yeah,
get.
we wouldn't include that. if we-
So that's showing up as revenue here, so that changes your number a little bit, if you're showing it.
Your actual NOI.
I don't, we're not using the actual.
I know, but this changes that actual NOI, because this shows up in the actual NOI.
Yeah, if you go on the site specific, yes.
And I've got to ask you this question, only because it's
Burning a hole in your mind.
burning a hole in me since we started on this, and not today, even before. 7.05, why did we start coming up with these 05s, 08s, it used to be 7.25, 7.57. Now all of a sudden,
I'll give you my best example. It's the same reason why the rents came in the way they come in at. Because someone leaves out for $13.60 or
Yeah.
$12.87. It's simply a statistical process. Where we do a mass regression, we do a mass model, and it comes up with what it comes in at. There's no internal rounding, we get more reflective of what's there. As we get more and better at what we're doing, the rounding error we took away. So we're simply putting in
putting in the actual
putting the
from the model.
Yeah.
But we don't see the actual model, we just see this sheet on page 7. But your model is actually producing this down to 7.05 now.
Would it make a large difference if it was just 7?
Hmm?
Would it make a large difference if it was just 7?
No.
Talking about 0.0.
No, but it's just, on the sheet that you supply, there is nothing in between.
Yeah.
I'll leave it alone. On with your presentation.
Okay. Again, from page 2, this is the old Canada building on Donald Street. We have the total leasable area as 90,583, which is shown on the rent roll. Asking the requested assessment is $9,142,000. If I could ask the board to just turn to page 4 at the top. The subject property is a 7-story masonry and concrete frame structure presently used as a Class C office building. The subject is located at the west side of on the west side of Donald Street, just north of Ellis. The original date of construction is 1911. The building was renovated with government tenants moving in 2013. The city uses a variant age in 1995. The site consists of 13,412 square feet of multi-use zone land. There is no parking on site. If we can go to page 7. The City of Winnipeg Assessment Department has applied an average April 2018 net rent of $1,131,243, or $13.41 a square foot, to 84,379 square feet. It should be noted that the upper leasable area is 87,902, and there is also a basement office consisting of 2,681 square feet. Based on our analysis of the 2017 rent roll, we have the following: Manitoba Housing in at 1110, and Mental Justice at 1174, and then they rent the basement for $1. We will be using a net overall rent of $10.88 per square foot on 90,583 square feet. Based on the assessor's leasable area, our rent is $11.68 per square foot. Vacancy, we're using the 10.5. The shortfall, we're using the 8.5, $8.50 as shown in the parameters for the assessment department. And we were asking for 7% for non-recoverable expenses. Now for the capitalization rate, I won't go through the whole part, but none of the, from what we could tell from the, on page 10, from the brokerage firms, none of them show a Class C office building. They either show a downtown A or a downtown B, or a suburban A or a suburban B. And if you look at the colored table in the middle there, it's showing for Colliers that the ranges for A were 5.5 to 6.25, and for B they were 6.25 to 7.25 for downtown. CBRE was 5.5 to 6 and 6.5 to 7, and Cushman was 5.5 to 6.25 and 6.25 to 6.75, with zero compression in the cap rate. Now for the 2021, the assessment department has various different cap rates. The 2020 mass appraisal model summarized in the assessor's document valuation of income producing properties provides no rationale for the capitalization rates applied, stating only for commercial properties cash capitalization rates for the sold properties are calculated by dividing the model generated NOI estimates by sale prices that are time adjusted to April 1, that should be 18. Analysis of these rates results in the model cap rates ranging from 5.00 to 10.5. Capitalization rates for most properties range from 6.25 to 8%. So we show here that in 18 they have a 7.05 for office downtown C. Now for 2016 they use 7.5 to 8%, and for 16 Altus supply for Class C use 7.5 to 8% as well. We've done a bit of analysis of some of the, there's not a lot of sales to deal with, but if you look 1, 2, 3, 4 down on page 11, that's the building we just did, the Paris building. Now based on the $9.5 million, we came up with an 8.87% capitalization rate on that building. In our analysis for the appeal today, I was using 8.5. So, if you go near the bottom of page 12, the last paragraph, it has the city has applied a capitalization rate of 7.05. This is for Class C. The only heritage building we found in our study was 251 Portage, which had a cap rate of 8.87 based on the 2015 sale. For the 2018 cycle, the city used the cap rate 7.5%. Since our analysis shows no compression from April 1, 2016 to April 1, 2018, we were going to continue with the 7.5 capitalization rate. So based on the leasable area from the rent roll, an overall rent of $10 and $10.88 or $11.68 used on the assessors, 7% for non-recoverables, a 7.5% capitalization rate, we come up to a value of $9,142,000. Appendix 16, this basically just talks about the Canada building. It's it was originally designed and built in 2010, etc. And then in 2014, the Canada building received the Commercial Conservation Award from Heritage Canada. One thing that I've noticed when doing most of the heritage buildings, I'm not sure why, but most of them are rented out by governments. So I'm not sure if that's part of the reason that they get the grants, because you're going to provide space, but that's my presentation.
Questions?
Bear with me for 1 second.
Can you please turn to your, please turn to your any submittal that you have,
Here's what?
your INE. It's cut off the bottom here, I don't know which number it is, it's coming up to page 20.
That would be 21.
Yeah. Can you please tell me why there's a difference in what you have reported and what I have reported? If you open up my page 11. If you, and this isn't large, unless I'm having a stroke this morning, or it's happening. Your total expenses are $916,401. There's check marks all along here, whereas there are little dashes on my INE, no check marks, and mine's $918,403.31. And then the net operating income on yours is $1,060,748 and 45 cents. Mine is $1,098,777
That's different sheets.
These are dated the same dates, May 3rd, 2018, May 3rd, 2018. How come yours varies?
This is 2017.
No, dated May, that's the deadline due, is December 7th, December 7th, it's dated the same. There appears to be different,
I have no idea. We
Mhm.
download these off your website.
If you look
I
at
get the
line
offline too.
121 on yours,
Yeah.
property
wait a-
tax recoveries, they're different.
All I'm saying is this is the one we have,
I understand, but that would explain the difference, that $50,000.
but these should be identical and there should be check marks on all of these, but there's not check marks. There's ticks versus check marks. It looks like there's two submittals.
I don't know who put the ticks on or the check marks.
You can see how the numbers are different slightly.
Yes, the reason I don't know why.
Add, do the additions and see if they add up to that. 30,240. The property management numbers changed from 105 to 107.
What I'm saying is if we're using the same source INE, it should be exactly identical.
Yeah.
But they're not.
Those are the two differences between the two documents, eh?
The numbers changed on the property management and registration.
Yeah, there's a couple of places where they're different.
Okay, all right. I'm not saying you, Mr. Becker, did it personally. I'm just saying when I'm running the numbers, that's why they were different. Okay, all right. Again, there's no market analysis done. You're just relying on the contract rent.
Yes.
You've also accepted our market vacancy. Why not the actual? Zero.
I've never done a valuation where you have 0%.
So when it's positive, we go straight away from our market and say, reduce from the 10.5 down to say 5 or 6 or 7.
It's over the number of years that you have it. So we're suggesting if your study says it's gonna be 10.5 over the life of the building, we're going along with it.
But that's calculated with market vacancy, with market rent, market parameters to come up with a
See, I
market.
don't know what you say when you say that's calculated, that you say the model does it. Yet you show me your numbers and the numbers you come up with, and they're completely different than your model.
And yet we show the market vacancy in Cushman Wakefield reflective of that as well.
The market vacancy?
Yeah, they're showing vacancies.
Of 10.5?
Look at their
It's not in my evidence, so I don't know. They're showing
my page
9.7.
four,
They're showing
9.7% overall vacancy.
Yeah,
And we're coming in at 10.5, that's pretty close.
it's pretty close.
So,
But
are we
if
saying
you
that when a
use their rent,
building's,
I'd be happy.
are we saying when a building is not performing well, we'll increase the market vacancy, deviate from it? But when the building is performing well, and there is a secure tenancy, we're gonna not deviate from the market vacancy downwards a little bit?
I'm saying to you that we will deviate from the market vacancy if there's a problem with the building.
But not if there's a positive on the building, if it's performing well, such as after renovations of the property, desirable tenancy, increasing.
They should be reflected in the rent. See, like another thing, Mr. Poole, you talk about that your cap rates are derived using your market rents applied to the sale prices, et cetera. Yet you look at your market rent, and you told me you've got all the OFCs in here. You looked at all the OFCs, so you're coming in at $12 median, and you're using $14 on part of it. If your camera model is using that kind of information, then how can we rely on your cap rate?
Well, not every single property will be right at the average of an independent calculated. I do it separate from them all. I take a review of the INEs, I go through the INEs, I calculate it all. I'm doing it independently from the model, coming up with my own independent analysis from the model. Then I search outside source documents to see if it's close, if it's in range, am I out? As you can see from our analysis for OFAs, OFBs, OFCs, they're right in line.
No, they're not. You're using $14 in your study that you show for market
Our
reports is
overall is
$11.
$12.80.
But you're using 14.
Again, our overall, that's not site specific, that's saying some will be worse than that, I'll make an adjustment down, some will be better. But when we see the actual reported rents, you can see how it's right in line.
I'm not gonna belabor it, but you mentioned it, but you haven't made one adjustment on these properties, so.
Right, question?
No question.
Richard?
No, no questions.
And I've got no questions. Can you believe that?
It's Friday afternoon, you wanna go home?
It's Friday. Friday.
Where's my other?
Why does it feel like a Monday? Last one, I think.
Yeah, you wanna do it, or are we gonna take a break?
5-minute break.
I wouldn't mind.
Okay.
I might make it. 386 Broadway. We'll call the meeting back to order and it's all yours. Jeremy?
Roll number is 1209-265, 1209-265-6500, 386 Broadway. The 2020 assessment is for $23,237,000. This building was built in 1976. It has 131,000 square feet approximately of leasable area. There was a sale in 2006 for $50,650,000. I remember I researched that sale. That had a small parcel of land as well for parking on the opposite side of Broadway. A little off Broadway. I think that was valued separately at $400,000. But having said that, 2006 sale was not going to be put any weight on the market. It's moved on since then. Same comparables that you see for the OFBs that we've already discussed today on page 3 and page 4. For 457,568 square feet of inventory, we have an average rate of $15.03, weighted average of $14.61, and a median of 14. As you can see highlighted in yellow below that is the Q1 2018 report from Cushman Wakefield, where they rank nearly 3.5 million square feet of inventory with an 8.4% vacancy and a $15.31 net effective rent. The parking comparables are as what you see, the standard parking comparables that we used the last cycle. So there. We move on to page 6 is the parking income stream. There's underground heated parking in this property. There's 83 stalls. We have a net monthly rate of $138 per stall. That is the downtown standard parameter for parking. That produces net operating income of $137,448. Capped at 7% gives us our $1,964,000 rounded value. Excuse me. Been a long day. Especially when you guys scratch through. On page 7 is our office portion of the income stream. We have 131,230 square feet, averaged at $13.50 a square foot. That produces our $1,755,826 potential gross income for the office portion. And our standard parameters apply at 9% for vacancy, 2% for expenses, and $11 for shortfall gives us a net operating income of $1,435,928, which capped at 6 3/4 gives us a value of $21,273,000. We have on the following page, page 9, a summary of the two income streams. Please note that the net operating income is approximately $1.5 million. We follow through to pages 12, picture of the property. This is an upper end OFB at the end of Broadway. If I'm not mistaken, it was formerly classed an A, but downgraded to a line B. If you look through the I&E, we have a vacancy of 10.8%. This property did experience a little bit of vacancy prior to the cycle. For a number of years when Boardroom left the property, they remained dependent on the property. It has since recovered. So vacancy is no longer an issue. There's 83 stalls, and I believe that looks to me as $280 for an average monthly rate for the underground parking. If we go through the I&E, rentals are attached. So if we get started at page 25.
see highlighted in yellow that the prime rent for the office portion is 1.85 million. The parking rent is approximately 244,000. We go down to page 27. Not that this seems to be the issue anymore, but when these briefs were being prepared, we were highlighting it. I don't think we really necessarily have to do it anymore because the property management fees highlighted in yellow are being recovered. So now that we're more defined on what the argument is, we can probably start referencing that portion. If you look at page 28, highlighted in yellow is the net operating income. We have budgeted net operating income for 1.9 million approximately. And then the year prior, the 2017 year, we have the actual, which was that may be a 6 or an 8. I can't read it, I think 1.6 million. So it's just roughly over what our projected was. At 1.5 million approximately. So this building's performing roughly at market vacancy. What we have it at also at Freshman Wakefield has it at the building's NOI is actually pretty much bang on with what our projection is at. And the rent that we have in is a little bit under what we have our average at and what Freshman Wakefield is at. So based on information reviewed, this building performing well. The vacancy issue that did occur in years past no longer is an issue. And any potential purchaser of the property, I think would be reasonable to spend $23,237,000 on a well-suited B+ building. With that, I'm open to questions.
Questions?
Yes, just a couple. You mentioned previously on the sale that there was another parking lot that was involved with that sale?
Yeah, just offering, I think it was about $400,000.
Okay. Are you aware that the gross income that you show for parking on page,
It would be inclusive of that.
it includes that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Richard?
Just out of curiosity, that's not a 1876 profile on the front of that building on the sides of the glasswork. Again, do you have any evidence that shows that this building was remodeled recently?
The glazing?
Yeah.
As far back as I can remember, even before I worked for the department, I think that's been as such. I'm not sure if there has been I mean, I know it looks new, but
My memory tells me.
and just to get back to, if I can elaborate a bit, we don't include capital costs as far as expenses. But if there were to be an improvement in the glazing, obviously, there may be improvement to the overall operating costs recovered, which then your net effective rent, you'd be able to charge a little bit more for. Everything will equal out the property owners wanted as much as they could. But I'm not putting any adjustment on for an improvement in the property as far as 1977. That's what we have it at.
Okay, thank you.
Brent?
Is it fully occupied or
Almost, it's about 10% vacant.
10% vacant?
Which is right at, I think ours was 9% for vacancy, 9% of vacancy, and it was 8.4% for Cushman Wakefield, so all things being equal, it's quite happy with it.
No, that's it.
That's it? On with your presentation.
Okay, page 4, we'll go to the property description. Subject property is a 9-story masonry concrete frame structure presently used as an office building. It's located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Broadway and Edmonton Street. The property was built in 1976, consists of 9 floors as well as a 3-level split underground parkade with 83 stalls. Subject property office has a gross floor area of 146,401 square feet and a parkade area of approximately 32,262 square feet. Total leasable area is approximately 130,405 square feet. The average floor plate is 15,238. Exterior walls are a reflective glass curtain. Heating is individual floor controlled zone, continuous hot water radiation supplied by gas-fired boilers. Air conditioning is compartmentalized air handling systems. There are 3 elevators with one convertible to freight with rear loading door. The interior office space is typical office finish with drywall, walls carpet with some tile, and a T-bar system ceiling. The building is in average condition for its age. The main floor features a large foyer with office units and storage on the exterior. The space is not marketed as retail due to the property's location as well as limited HVAC capability. The building covers most of the site and there is no exterior parking on site. Parking is provided for in the underground parkade, which has 83 stalls, as well as 160 Edmonton parking lot on a separate title with 44 stalls, presently owned by the same owner, and a leased property at 65 Kennedy, 17 stalls, for a total of 144 stalls. The subject site is rectangular in shape with frontage on Broadway of approximately 175.41 feet and a depth of approximately 130.66 feet to a rear public lane which also services the site. Total site size as recorded by the City of Winnipeg Property Assessment Department is approximately 22,747 square feet and is zoned M multiple use. Ask the board to turn to page 7 at the very bottom. Under OFB potential market rent. The City of Winnipeg Assessment Department has applied an average April 2018 net rent of $1,755,826 or $13.38 to a leasable area of 131,230 square feet. This is in excess of the actual rental income. An analysis of the current and expected rent for each unit was undertaken. Actual rents as April 1st, 2018 were applied as market, or step-ups occurring later in 2018 that were known as of April 18. Market rents are applied to vacant space. The table there is all Class B rent comparisons were considered. We have an average of 12.12 and a median of 11.33. The downtown Class B market rents range from just under $11 to just under $16 for spaces under 25,000 square feet. Index 5 at $10 a square foot is actually considered more of a Class C. For larger over 25,000 square feet, the rents typically decrease due to economies of scale and hovering around $11. Of notes, indices 4 and 10 are from the Heritage Character Office on the south side of Portage Avenue, and Index 14 is a Heritage building south of Portage Place, the old Winnipeg Free Press building with underground parking. Many of the above comparisons are connected to downtown and closed walkways. Page 9, we have the largest tenant in the subject property is the province of Manitoba. One lease is for 28,095 square feet on floors 2, 6, 8, and 9. Commencing in 2004 for 20 years and stepping every few years. The most recent step was in 2017 to 1475 square foot semi-gross. According to the property manager, the slippage on the semi-gross rent is approximately $5. We have deducted $4.75 to result in a net rent of $10. In September 2015, the province leased an additional 13,973 square feet in turnkey state with $75 a tenant improvements for $19.95 semi-gross, netting down to approximately $15.20. The actual rents achieved as of April 18 with residual net rent for the provincial tenancies are applied as market. A market rent of $13 applied to vacant space. The revised potential market rental income for the office is $13, overall $13.09 a square foot. I think the city is at $13.15 just for a slightly larger area. So the rent is actually quite close. For vacancy allowance, the subject has been applied the standard 9% for OFB income stream. The capital commercial real estate Winnipeg office market snapshot indicates vacancies at 7.1 for Class A, 8.2 for Class B, and 9 for Class C, while suburban office at 6.7. Down a little bit, although the actual vacancy incurred in the subject in recent years is higher, 14.3 and 15, 14.5 and 16, and 10.9 and 17, the applied market vacancy allowance of 9% will be accepted. The city uses $11 per square foot for a shortfall rate for Class B. The actual recoverable expense in 17 was just over $12, but we are accepting the $11 per square foot as our shortfall rate for the OFB income stream. We are also applying a 7% reduction for non-recoverable expenses. Top of page 11, storage income. The storage income in 2017 was $14,208. Capitalization rate, a capitalization rate 6.75, typical Class B, has been applied and accepted. Another parkade valuation. The city has applied a net income of $137,448 to the 8,300 ground stalls. This equates to $138 net per month per stall. The budgeted 2017 gross parking revenue is $277,911. The actual 2016, or should be 17, gross revenue was $244,745.78. However, the income includes 44 surface parking lots assessed under 116 Edmonton, roll number 12-0935901000, with a 2017 gross revenue of $71,040, and at a 49% expense ratio, and the leased parking lot at 65 Kennedy with a 2017 revenue of $36,480. The residual revenue for the subject's 83 stalls would therefore be $170,391, or $171.08 per month per stall, and we're going to use 180. Applying a 45% expense ratio to the budgeted gross revenue of $100 per month per stall, or $99,600 per annum, which we're using as a net parking revenue. 7% capitalization rate applied to this income stream is accepted. I could ask the board to turn to a couple of, if you go to page 15, here's some photos of the subject property and one area that is for lease. Page 16 on unit 106, up at the end, that was for lease, and then we have at the bottom of page 16 the parkade. On page 17, we have unit 103 and unit 300. These are spaces that were for rent. Now, if I could ask the board to turn to page 45.
I think it's sort of cut off.
Yeah. Page 45, got cut off.
All of them.
All of them are cut off. It looks something like this, I think. It says page 3 on the bottom of it?
It says page 1.
Page 1?
It has pink on it. Pink highlight.
Yeah, got it.
You can find that.
Oh, there it is, 45.
40,
It says 45, you can hardly.
It's right after the City of Winnipeg page. Page 1.
okay, I'm on it.
Okay, this is all the parking rents at the stall, so it shows you, what we've done is highlighted the ones that are not part of the subject property, 65 Kennedy and 116 Edmonton, and that's where we took those out, and on page 11, that's what we came up with at the actual gross parking for the building itself. It was $170,391. So all the following pages show which parking stalls belong to the subject, and the parking stalls are not belong to the subject. And if you go to page 53, hopefully it's gone cut off.
I couldn't hear.
You couldn't hear? Oh, sorry. So if you go through the next, I don't know, say 10 pages, we've highlighted all the ones that are not part of 386 Broadway. If you go to page 53, hopefully it's not cut off. At 65 Kennedy, it shows that that's the parking lot there. It's assessed at $504,000, 21 stalls. And if you go to page 57, this is 116 Edmonton Street. It's assessed at $1,271,000. And So when we put them all together on page 12, the office building at 130,404 square feet at 1309 a square foot net, the 9% vacancy, 7% non-recoverables, $11 shortfall, and a 6.75 cap, we have a value of $19,696,515. For the property, for the parking structure, using a net parking of $100 a month, we have a net of $99,600, capped at 7% is $1,422,857, for a total rounded value of $21,119,000. That's my presentation.
Questions?
Yes, I do. Every INE that's mailed out, we indicate that multi-role submissions will not be, could proceed non-compliance, correct? We don't have multi-role submissions, right?
I'm not sure you have the letter.
It's common knowledge.
Common knowledge.
Okay. Please turn to your page, off the back up there a little bit. I think it's 58. It's at the back of the brief. It is for 116 Edmonton. I believe we just had a pretty long first half of the hearing on this issue that we did not receive non-compliance for, and that office was successful in not allowing argument in it on the basis that it's evidence for the quantum, which I disagree with. But please look at the $71,040 for the parking income reported. So
Okay, which page are you on now?
58.
58?
Yes.
So this is where you're getting your number from, this one, off-site, and you're using a gross rent. You turn to page 54, which is your 65 Kennedy.
Yes.
You're using your parking rent again, reported, which apparently isn't needed, but in both cases you have used it. And I'll gloss over this information that you put in on a number of pages between, I think it's 52 through to
45.
45, as that was not included in the INE, correct?
I don't know.
So again, it's not that I'm asking for it, but could be considered as bringing in new evidence would be inconsistent information from the INE, although I'm not asking for it, but I'm just pointing it out.
Well, they did submit in individual.
They didn't submit those.
And they did on those other two properties.
So, again, getting back to your analysis now, on your page 11, you have referenced global rent, or gross rent, if you want to take in those terms, 1, 2, 3, 4 times in order to work your way back to a net effective $100 stall.
Yes.
Per stall. So you do use, Altus has used, and is their standard practice to use that income parameter that we did not receive non-compliance for, and yet you've used it here today.
I don't understand.
I'm just confirming that this is what analysis that, a parameter that you would use to use an analysis for. So it is necessary to do an analysis, right?
You kind of lost me, I'm not sure what your question is.
Okay, yeah, I can go over it again. But you've used the parking gross rent for the site and also for 2 other off-site.
Yes.
So you then work that way back to say that the rent that we put on is too high to come down to $800 net effective rather than the $138 that we've applied.
Yes.
So it is important to have that information on the INEs in order to do this kind of analysis to determine whether or not your parkade is performing at market, maybe a bit below market. So you have used it, right?
As long as you got the number of stalls and the amount of monthly rent.
But that's not what you're using. You're using the actual gross, working your way backwards from the gross to come up with your $100 net stall rate. So, not that I'm asking, but I'm just pointing out to the panel that this was an important factor that needed to be determined in the first hearing that we had, first appeal we had today. And yet it's being used again by all this as a tactic to get downwards from assessment and assess a portion of this assessment, so.
Are you asking a question?
Point that out. So if we go on to your rent roll that you're using on page 9, Aside from the multiple CRUs that are on floors 2, 6, 8, and 9 being leased out as 28,000 square feet from the province of Manitoba, we have a number of smaller spaces, correct? They're the only large space. If you want to add it up for one, effectively one CRU, but really it is one CRU, there is multiple CRUs under multiple, number of floors.
Well, I guess Intac Insurance has 15,000 square feet.
Yeah, but nothing approaching that. So can you please turn to your page 8, which is on the next page,
Nothing approaching what, I'm sorry.
the 28,000 square feet.
How much square feet?
Where you have it up the top right-hand corner. One lease for 28,000 square feet on floors 2, 6, 8, and 9 for 20 years for the province.
Oh, okay.
So if you add up those CRUs, those are individual CRUs.
Yes.
So it's not one CRU, it's individual CRUs. When you bring in your comparables, there's only, I would say, from 1 to 6 relative size. The rest of them are significantly larger than your main portion of the property. Your main CRUs in the property.
I'm not sure what you mean.
So 7 down, you're at 15,000 square feet, and that brings you to 272,000 square feet.
Right.
So that's what you're reporting as leasable areas with associated rents. So realistically, you're relying on a bit of a skewed analysis to get to a lower rent, rather than taking CRUs that are of similar size or more robust, multiple, comparable marketplace approach the way I presented here today.
You know, I don't agree, because if you look on page 9,
You have 15, and I have years over 8 and over 7 comparables. You have 15 comparables, and of which 7 are above 10,000 square feet.
but I have leases in here for 14,000, I have leases for 15. I have 705, 708, 801, and 805. They total just over 23,000, they're at $14.
But if you look at your CRUs on your rent roll, they're ranging anywhere from the few hundred square feet to 2,800 square feet, 6,000 square feet, 1,300. They're vary all throughout the building, right?
And you're saying your comparisons are what?
Please go to the comparables.
You're forcing me to put my rebuttal in right here.
So if you look at the comparables, you see how they're more in line with what the actual building is.
You mean
You come up with an average of 15, a weighted average of 1461, and a median of 14.
We have some at 23, some at 48, some at 120.
So would that not be skewing your actual study that you have from comparables 1 through 15, and particularly from 7 to 15? Would that not be skewing your weighted average or your average down?
I don't think so. You've got, one of your comparisons that's here in Carlson is about a 25% of your total gross area.
Again, we're taking a large sample size of 17 comparables.
It doesn't mean you could put 100 in there, but if they're all over the place, it doesn't mean your average is better. We're at 1309, you're at 1315.
That is the only question I have.
Richard?
No questions.
Brett?
No question.
No question. Is that concluded?
Yes, I believe it does.
Well, we already keep this one up, we'll use this one right away. So I don't have to